Good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Maths Paper 1 Marathon. So, during this marathon, what is going to happen is we are going to be looking at past Paper 1 questions, right? We're going to go through the questions, we're going to answer the questions. You're going to also be able to see that the questions do, in fact, repeat, just like basically, I would think any other CSEC subject, right? During this session, what I want you to do, I want you to be interactive. We're answering the questions together. If at any point there is a question that you cannot see the answer to at all, you don't know where to start working it out, because remember, for paper ones, we don't have calculator usage. So we'll have to work out the questions mentally, write them down on the side to do your working. All right? With that being said, we will be starting with June 2025 paper. So we're going to be going back using the May-June papers, starting with the most recent, which would be last year's paper. All right? Just as before you begin any other exam, read your instructions carefully before beginning. All right? So we have 10 instructions. I would have made mention to number 9. Calculators and mathematical tables are not allowed for this paper. All right? They're also showing you how to sample, to shade the answer, meaning you fill out the entire circle. We are shading, so no ticks, no X's. Shade your entire answer. All right? There is a formula sheet, just like the one that you would have gotten for paper 2. All right. So let me zoom in and let us begin going through this paper. The first 2 questions on this paper, as we go through other papers, you will see them either alternating, being question 1 or 2, the exact same question, or there might just be one of them being number 1 and another question for question 2. These 2 are very, very popular questions to start this mathematics paper 1 paper. So let us get into it. -3 squared plus -2 squared is equal to A, -13, B, -10, C, 13, or D, 25. What do you think our answer is?
C, 13.
C, 13. Everyone agrees with 13 being the answer? Why is 13 the answer? Just in case someone isn't sure. Any number squared means we are multiplying it by itself. So therefore, if I were to multiply -3 by itself, I got 9 to be added to -2 squared. That's a +4. Hence, my answer is a +13. All right, let's move on. Question 2. What percentage of 40 is 50? What percentage of 40 is 50? Any guesses?
Miss D.
D?
D.
Why? Why are we saying D? Everyone agrees with D?
Yes, Miss.
All right. D is correct. 125%. Next question. What number, when added to 1 1/3, gives 2? That answer is 2/3.
B.
Lovely. Just a second. So please bear with me, guys. I am trying to answer the questions as well as let people in and respond to the messages in the group. Okay. In the meantime, look at question 4, please, while I respond to this question. All right. Sorry about that. Question 4. They are saying if 235 multiplied by 48.7 is equal to 11,444.5, then 0.235 multiplied by 48.7 would give what answer? A?
A.
A. A is correct. So even without, so here's a trick. Even without having work it out, we can say when we're multiplying decimals, our product, that's the solution, has to have the same amount of decimal points as what you're multiplying. All right, so let's look at what we have. In the first question, there is 1 decimal point, which is the 0.7. In our answer, we have 1 decimal point, which is the 0.5. However, for the question that we have to work out, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 decimal points. Place 4 decimal numbers after the points, right? So let us look at our answers, and we can just select the one that has 4 numbers after the point, which is A. Without working it out, we just looked at the decimal points. Is that clear? All right. Number 5. We have a sequence, right? So it's 1, 6, 7, 1, 6, 13, 22, 33. What would be the next number in the sequence?
46.
46. How do we get 46? Let us see if we can find some sort of pattern. So what did we do to get from 1 to 6? What did we do? We add 5. To get from 6 to 13, I added 7. 13 to 22, I added 9. What are we looking like we're adding? To get from 22 to 33, I added 11. So the next number that I would have had to add would be how much?
12.
13.
13.
13 to give me the 46, right? So if we look at it, I am going up adding the odd numbers. Yes? 5, then 7, then 9, then 11, then 13, so on and so forth. Right? So those are the list of things that we need to look at. All right, we have a ratio question. Dan sold concert tickets for a certain number of concert tickets in 3 days. The ratio of the number of tickets sold over the 3 days is 3 to 5, 3 to 7 to 5 respectively. So that means on the first day he would have sold 3, not necessarily 3 tickets. That was just the ratio he sold. 3, second day, the ratio was 7, third day, 5. If he sold 8 more tickets on the second day than the third day, the number of tickets he sold altogether was? Anybody?
60.
Yes, the answer is 60. Let us also work it out, right? So they are telling us that, let's focus on this sentence here, right? On day 2, he sold 8 more tickets than day 3. the difference between the amounts sold on day 2 and day 3 would be 2. Not 2 as in 2 tickets, 2 parts. So if 2 parts is equal to 8 tickets, 2 parts is equal to 8 tickets. If we were to find for 1 part, which would be 8 divided by 2, which is 4 tickets, we can then find the total amount of tickets by adding up the ratios. So 3 plus 7 plus 5, we are trying to find for 15 parts, which is going to be 4 multiplied by 15, which is going to give us B, 60 as the answer. Okay? Number 7. Which of the following sets is defined by, we're looking at it, X is an element of the integers ranging from -2 is less than or equal to X, which is less than or equal to 4. Your focus here should be your inequality signs. Can anyone give me what they believe the answer to be?
D.
D. Because they are telling us that this value for X it is ranging between -2 and 4. All right? However, the inequality signs being less than or equal to means that the numbers -2 and 4 are included. All right? My neighbor is hitting something. Are you all hearing that? Should I relocate? Or is it fine?
No,
It's
Miss,
fine.
good.
Very good.
Great. Number 8. Which of the following is an example of a 2-digit positive integer that are divisible by 6?
C.
C, infinite.
A.
A. Why is it A instead of C? Can anyone explain it to me? What is the difference between a finite set and an infinite set? Just focus on the words, right? What is the difference between a set being finite and a set being infinite? What is the difference if I say, well, infinite?
Miss, one set is it could divide over and over and over without an end, and one set is limited and one set is unlimited.
Right. So you catch it in the end. So finite means there's a specific number of elements. And infinite means that, it goes on forever. It cannot be completely counted because it is so large, right? So if we're talking about 2-digit positive integers that are divisible by 6, we have a certain amount that we have, right? That is the difference. Number 9. If that n there means the number of elements, right? So if the number of elements in the universal set is 25 and the number of elements in set A is 14, sorry, and the number of elements in set B is 15, and the number of elements in the set A intersect B is equal to 6. What is the number of elements in the set A union B complement? So let us firstly talk about What does all of this mean? A intersects B, that is the number of elements that they share. A union B, that is the combination of the two sets, and this apostrophe there means the complement that represents the elements not in A or B. Are we clear? So let us work this out. If we know that all of the elements, there are 25. However, A has 14, B has 15, right? So let us figure out the number of elements in A union B to help us find how much is not in the union of A and B. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to add the number of elements in A and the number of elements in B, and we're going to have to subtract the elements that repeat, which would be these elements here. So 29 subtract 6, we get 23. So if A union B, this is the number of elements in A union B, the number of elements in A union B complement is going to be that 25 subtract 23 to give us 2. So the number of elements that are not in A and B is 2. Is that clear? Are we okay? Can we see it? Sorry. Can we see it?
Yes, miss.
Lovely. Oh, sorry. Okay. So question 10. Item 10 refers to the Venn diagram, which shows the universal sets and two sets T and C that represents the 9 students in a class, some of whom play tennis, which is T, and chess, which is C. They want us to find out or state how many students play tennis but not chess. Can we see it?
Is it
How
C?
many? C. 4 is the answer. So it was just a matter of looking at the Venn diagram and identifying the 4 students. So that's Ali, Alex, Kayla, and Tom that play tennis but do not play chess. All right. Number 11 refers to the information on the description of 3 sets. So set Q is odd numbers, set R even numbers, set P is prime numbers. They want to know which of the following sets is empty. Does anyone have an answer for me?
D?
D, Q intersects R. Why do you say D? Why is D the answer? You are correct. I just wanted you to say why. D is the answer because there is no number that is odd that is also even. So Q and R do not intersect at all. The numbers are either odd or they are either even. Is that clear? All right. Number 12. 30 students in teacher May's class have either a dog or a cat, or none of the two, right? 16 of the students have a dog, 12 students have a cat, and the remainder have neither a dog nor a cat. Which of the following Venn diagrams correctly represents this information?
B?
Which one? What you said?
D.
D. D is correct. All right. D is correct. So let me go over what they said. They said that 16 students have a dog. So we have the Venn diagram where D has 16, then 12 students have a cat. Wait. And the remainder has neither, so they are not in any set. All right, some would argue that this question, all of the Venn diagrams are kind of crazy. Like sometimes they would say, okay, none of them are correct, but we can clearly see D is the answer, right? Question 13. Now, these questions are a bit more wordy, so we need to take our time when gathering the information to in turn answer the questions. All right, so at a bank, EC, $2.60 is equivalent to $1 US. For every $1 US exchanged, EC 10 cents is deducted as an exchange fee. How much EC will Leon receive if he exchanges 1,000 US dollars? So let me read the question again, because there is some parts that we need to pay attention to. All right, so at a bank, the exchange rate is EC, $2.60 is equivalent to $1 US, right? For every $1 exchanged, 10 cents EC is deducted as an exchange fee. How much EC dollars would Leon receive if he exchanges 1,000 US dollars? Just a second, coming in the chat. Anybody? No? All right.
C.
Which one?
C.
D,
Miss C.
C. Yes, the answer is C. So let us work it out, right? Let us work it out. They are saying, so let me start to write. So we're going to do the working. Let's write the exchange. So if I'm exchanging, so 1 US, 1 US is equal to $260 EC, right? Sorry, I'm writing it at the back. If I now in turn have 1,000 US, so I'm ignoring my deduction fee as of right now, right? If I now have 1,000 US dollars, how much EC would that be? I would have to multiply my 1,000 by my $2.60, right? So therefore, flat exchange rate, I would get EC $2,600. However, I need to bear in mind that for every $1 that I exchange, I need to deduct 10 cents. So let's think deduction. If for every $1 US, I get 10 cents EC deducted. So if I have $1,000 US, if I have $1,000 US, that will be equivalent to a deduction of 100 EC dollars. All right. So the $26, that's 2,600 that I would have originally gotten. Subtract 100. My answer is C, sorry, $2,500. Can we see that? Is that clear?
Yes, Miss.
All right. Question 14. If sales tax is charged at a rate of 1.5% on the marked price of an item, then the sales price of the dress, which costs $1,800, is anybody? We are calculating the sales tax. They gave us the, all right, people are sending it. Yes, those of you that are sending the answer as A, you are correct. $27. So remember, what they're asking you for is just the tax amount, right? So hence I said the wordier the question, we need to read it a bit more, right? So to work this out, we are doing our marked price is 1,800 multiplied by that 1.5%, right? Cancel our zeros because we don't have any calculator. And then we're multiplying 18 by 1.5. So 18 by 1 would give us 18. Half of 18, 9. 18 plus 9, your answer is A, 27. Number 15. If $7,000 is invested at a rate of 5% per annum compound interest, so let me underline the type of interest that we're looking for 2 years, then the total amount occurring at the end of the 2 years, is, so remember the difference between compound interest and simple interest is that at the end of each year, there is a new principal, right? So we can't just say principal by rate by time over 100 and we calculate it like that with the 2 years as the amount. All right, so anyone has any answers as to what the answer to this question is? No?
C.
Someone said C. That is correct. All right, and in the exam, if we had to work this out, and for the life of us, we cannot remember the compound interest formula, and you think you have time, work it out bit by bit, right? What I mean by bit, principal, 7,000. We're finding it for 1 year by the 5%, right? 70 by 5, that is 350. This is at the end of 1 year. So in the second year, my principal is going to be 7,350. Right, so we're doing it again. Work it out. It's just 2 years. You can work it out to get the answer, right? Let us cancel. 5 into 5, 1. 5 into 10, 2. So now we have 735 divided by 2. Right, so remember, I'm working it out because we don't have a calculator, right? So that is going to be $367.50 now added back to the 7,000 350 to give us $7,717.50. Remember compound interest. Yes, of course, we have a formula for compound interest. I am just showing you this just in case you don't remember it. So let me show you compound interest formula. E over brackets 1 plus R to the power of N. All right. P is our principal, R is the rate, and N is the number of years. Okay? My working is for if we don't remember that formula tomorrow, please go on and we get a compound interest question. Work it out year by year. Remember, your principal for the second year is going to be what you had before added to the interest amount. Let me clear up some space so that we can look at number 16. And number 16 is an article was bought for $360 after a 10% discount was given. The cost price of the article was seeing somebody send something in the chat. Anybody? All right, so let us go through this question. They said that they basically paid $360 for it after a 10% discount was given. So basically what they're telling us is that the answer is actually D, 400. Let me show you how. If I get a 10% discount, that means that I would have paid 90% of the price, right? So 90% of the price is $360. So if 90% is $360 and I am looking to find out, how much would my 10% be? If I find for 1%, 360 divided by 90, 1% is 4. 10% would be 4 by 10, which is 40. If I were to find 100%, 360 plus 40 would give me D, 400. All right, so in certain cases, a lot of cases, guys, find for 1, which is what I did. We're talking percentage. If you get a discount of 10%, means you only paid 90% of the cost, right? If you're paying 90% of the cost, find what 1% would be. A lot of you said C was the answer in the chat. Because I think that you would have found 10%. I think that you found 10% of the 360. That is not what they told us. They didn't say the cost was 360 and you are going to be given a 10% discount. They said that it was $360 after the 10% discount was given. Okay? You're seeing the difference? All right, let's move on. Question 17, more consumer arithmetic. We need to read what we are given carefully. All right, so the cash price of a television set is $350. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30 each. how much money is saved by paying cash. So what we need to do, we need to figure out the hire purchase amount. So they tell us that the hire purchase amount, we firstly need a deposit of $35. So that is going to be 35 plus, and then 12 monthly payments. 12 monthly payments of $30. Right? So that was going to be 35 plus 360, which is $395. But if we bought it cash, we are only paying $350. So let us subtract to see how much is being saved. $45. Our answer is D. Did you all see that? So we had to find the hire purchase price in order to be able to say how much was saved. They gave us all of the hire purchase information. They told us the deposit and the monthly installments. We subtract to see how much more the hire purchase price was from the cash price. All right, question 18. If the simple interest on $900 at 4% per annum for T amount of years is $108, find the value of T. So here we have to find the time. Formula for time is our interest multiplied by 100 over our principal by rate. All right, so let's put it together from what we know. They said the interest is 108 over my 900 multiplied by 4. So let us do some canceling, right? Cancel our zeros. And then we can say 108 divided by 4. That would give us 27. 9 into 9, 1. 9 into 27, 3. So our answer is B. Again, you have no calculator, so you need to be able to work it out. Are we okay? All right. Number 19. At the end of any year, a computer is worth 4% less than what it was worth at the beginning of the year. And if the computer is worth $4,200 in December, what was it worth in January of 2023? So at the end of every year, they are telling us that this computer loses 4% of its value. So they gave us its end value and they want us to find what it was at the beginning. Can anyone tell me what they think we need to do? How should we approach this question?
Miss C.
C, why C?
Miss, the answer is D.
The answer is D. All right, but someone said C. So explain to me why D and not C. Just to be fair, the answer is D. But why is it D and not C? Anybody? Okay, so let us see if we can work this out. So we know that if it's 4% less, that means that it is 96%, right? So 96% of this value is this $4,200 cost that the computer is now worth. We now need to figure out the total value. So what we can do it the way that we did it before, find for 1%. If we were to find for 1%, we would have to divide that 4,200 divided by 96. It's going to take a bit of tabling, but we are going to get, I'm coming over here, sorry, 43.75. That is 1%. If we were to find 100%, we would get D as the answer. Right, so as I would have said before, finding for 1 helps us a lot. A man's number 20, a man's basic pay for a 40-hour work week is $480. Overtime is paid at 25% in excess of the basic rate. In a certain week, overtime and his total wage is $600. Altogether, the number of hours he worked that week is. All right, so let us pull apart what they gave us. They said that if he works 40 hours, he gets $480, right? And then they said that his overtime rate is 25% in excess of the basic wage. So let's firstly find out what is his regular wage, right? So his hourly rate we need to find that out by dividing that 480 by 40. So he gets $12 an hour, right? So this is going to help us calculate his overtime wage, which is going to help us find out how many hours he worked in total. So they said overtime rate is paid at 25% in excess of his basic wage. So basically, he is getting paid 25% more than what he usually gets, right? So it's going to be 12 multiplied by 1.25, which will give us overtime rate is $15. Great, we have his rates. Let us now focus on the second part of the question. They said that in a week, his total wage was $600. All right, so let us do some calculations. We know that $480 out of this money goes to regular wage. So 600 subtract 480, that would give us 120. This is how much he was paid in overtime. Let's divide that by 15, which would give us 8 hours. So in total, he would have worked the 40 regular hours and 8 hours overtime. $48 hours was worked total. Any questions? Right. Let's move on. Number 21. This question has shown to confuse a lot. And this is because of the way we interpret things. All right, so we need to find how we are writing the expression, right? The expression reads, the sum of 7 times a number A and a number B may be written as. Anyone?
D.
D.
I heard D, I heard
Miss,
B.
the answer is A.
I'm hearing A. Someone sent in the chat C. So
C.
the answer is C. So let us read what they gave us again. The sum of, so we're adding something. So those of you that said A and B, instantly that is out. Right? They said the sum of 7 times a number A and the number B. The difference in wording was they didn't say 7 times the sum of a number A and a number B. So they said the sum of 7 times the number A, so it's 7A added to B. Can you all see that? You'll see any difference? All right. Number 22. The algebraic fraction 14a squared b squared over 42a cubed b written in its simplest form is
A.
A. That is correct. Because let us do some breaking down. 14 into 14, 1, 14 into 42, 3. So automatically, B is out, C is out. All right? A squared can go into A cubed and leave 1A. And then B into B squared is going to leave a B at the top. So what we have left, we have B as the numerator and 3A as the denominator. Can you all see that? The value of 3 to the power 2x plus 1 multiplied by 1 over 9 to the power of x when x is negative a half is, so we have to now substitute and solve. Does anyone have an answer for me or think they have an answer for me? No? So let's work it out. Let's substitute. We have 3 to the power 2. We are replacing x with negative a half plus 1. And then we have multiplied by 1 over 9 to the power negative a half. Right? That is basically what they gave us. So we now have, let's work out the 3 to the power of. We end up with 3 to the power of negative 1 plus 1, which would give me 3 to the power of 0. Right? Everybody agree that on the left side, we would have 3 to the power of 0. 3 to the power of 0. All right. And now let us focus on this 1 over 9 to the power negative a half. All right. So in terms of
Excuse me, miss.
Yes, love?
Somebody in the chat asked how I got that.
Oh, sorry. Somebody in the chat asked how I got what? 3 to the power of 0?
Yeah.
All right. So let me come over here. Well, focusing on the powers, right? So we have 2 open brackets negative a half plus 1. Our 2's would cancel, leaving negative 1 plus 1, which would give us 0. Seeing it? All right, great. I got an okay. Right. So now let's focus on 1 over 9 to the power of negative 2. So we have a indice rule that reads a to the power of negative n is equal to 1 over a to that power, right? So if we focus on 9 to the power of a half, right, which would be the equivalent of 9 squared. But since we need to put it as a fraction, 1 over 9 to the power of negative a half, I just want to fix that, 3 to the power of 0, is going to be equivalent to 1 over, sorry, this is multiply, 1/3, because 9 to the power of a half comes as if this is 3. So 9 to the power negative a half is going to be 1/3. All right? Can you all see that? So we now have 1 over 1/3, which once we have, if we have any, this we're focusing on, we have a fraction inside of a fraction. What we do is we multiply this denominator by this numerator. So we have 3 to the power of 0 multiplied by 3. Anything to the power of 0 is 1. 1 multiplied by 3. Our answer is A. Do we have any questions? So this is where our indices rules come in. All right? Simple things. Anything to the power of 0, any number, it could be the largest number or the smallest number. As long as it's raised to the power of 0, it is going to be equal to 1. All right? If we have something to a negative power, we put it as a fraction, meaning 1 over its positive. So if we have 2 to the power negative 2, it is going to be equivalent to 1 over 2 squared. All right, number 24, we have to solve an equation where we have brackets. So once we have brackets, we know we expand our brackets first. Our problem becomes 10x is 5 multiplied by 2x. 10 subtract 5 by 1, which is 5, is equal to 35. When we solve this, I'm going to add 5 on both sides. 10x is equal to 40. Divide by 10 on both sides. X is equal to 4. The answer is D. Number 25. The sum of two numbers is 140. If one of the numbers is 10 less than 2 times the other number, then those two numbers are so let's focus on the information that they give us. They are telling us that one of the numbers has to be 10 less than twice the other number. So just by looking at the numbers, we're not working out anything. Let's just focus on that part. 10 less than twice the first number in A. So 10 less than 100 is 90. It works out there. 10 less than 2 times 60. 2 times 60 is 120. 10 less will be 110. It definitely doesn't work out there. Same thing for C, same thing for D. So our answer, most obvious answer based on the information that was given to us is A. All right, number 26. So the operation, the stars, asterisks, this is to separate the numbers. So we know that one represents A, one represents B, right? So they are saying that when under some set of operations, some set of calculations, when A is 2 and B is 3, when it works out, the answer is 1. So let us go through the list to see. So if we have 6 times 2, that's 12, subtract 3, that doesn't give us 1. Let's move on to B. A squared, that's 2 squared, which is 4, subtract 3, which would give us 1. It works for B. Let us see any of the others, right? 2A, that's 4, plus B, that's 7. It doesn't work. 4 open brackets, B subtract A. So B subtract A would give us 1 multiplied by 4 is 4. So the only one that works out for the first set of numbers is B. Let us see if it's going to work for the second set, which is the 4 and the 7, to be equal to 9. 4 squared is 16. Subtract 7 is 9. So our answer here is B. All right, and we found that out by working through our answers. Number 27, a matrices question. So they said that given that matrix A is equal to 1, 3, negative 3, 3, 0, 5, then 3A equals, so we are now multiplying all of the elements in A by 3. So 3 by 1 is 3. So the first row, first column element should be a 3. So that automatically eliminates B and it eliminates D. So our answer, final answer now is between A and C, just by multiplying that first term. Second term, 3 multiplied by 3 is 9, okay. Third term, negative 3 by 3 would give us negative 9. So just by multiplying those 3, we can see that our answer is A. All right, we didn't even need to finish multiplying it, but if we look at our solutions or possible solutions, we can see how close the answer for A and the answer for C is. All right, and that is how we make very little mistakes or we get things wrong that we know by not fully paying attention to the entire answer. All right? Are we okay? All right. Number 28. The determinant of a 2 by 2 identity matrix is A1, B0, C undefined, D, -1. The answer is 1. Do I need to explain this to anyone? Or are we okay? All right. Number 29. Refers to the following diagram of a triangle OLM in which R is the midpoint of OL and T is the midpoint of OM. Further, OR is A and OT is B. They want us to express the vector TL in the forms of A and B. Okay? So let us start on where we are. So we are at T. We're starting at T and we're trying to go to L. So if I'm at T, so I'm here, and I'm trying to get here, I am going to pass this way. If I'm going the opposite way, I automatically know that my answer has to have -B in it. Can we see that? Then I am
Yes.
going from O to R, which is A. And if R is the midpoint and OR is A, then from R to L is also going to be A. So when I simplify -B plus A, my answer would be, my answer would be B, 2A minus B. All right? So we just need to be mindful of the information that they give us, because they only told us about the midpoint of the line. All right? So then we need to think about it as if half of the line is A, the other half is also going to be A. And then when you're going the opposite direction, it is negative. So they told us that OT is B, so therefore from T to O would be -B. All right? Those are the little things that we need to pay attention to. Let's look at number 30. Item 30 refers to the following matrix A, in which A and B are constants, meaning that they are numbers. The matrix A maps onto point P, 2, 5, onto the point Q, -1, 2. Find the values of A and B. All right, so let us work this out the way that they gave it to us. So they gave us matrix A, which is 2A, B, -2. Right? And they said that it maps onto point P. So I'm writing it as a matrix.
I have severe trypophobia. Don't let me see all this bomb.
Maya, are you speaking to me?
Oh, my whole body is.
Okay. So it maps onto P. So let us do this multiplication. When we're multiplying matrices, we know we multiply row into column, right? So we have 2 multiplied by 2, which is 4, to be added to 5, A by 5. And then second row into that same column, B by 2, -2 by 5. That is the first part. This says that when it's mapped on, it gives us Q. So we are going to put each of them equal to, the first one would be equal to -1. Second would be equal to 2. And then we solve to find out what A is and what B is. All right? So if I have 4 plus 5A is equal to 1, it's equal to -1, and I subtract 4 on both sides, 5A is equal to -5, divide by 5, A is equal to -1. So automatically, my answer has to be between C and D. Let us solve for B. So I have 2B subtract 10 is equal to 2. If I add 10 on both sides, 2B is equal to 12. Divide by 2 on both sides, B is equal to 6. So my answer is -1 and 6, which is C. Can we all see that? So in this question alone, we had to multiply the matrices and then solve 2 equations to get our answers. Okay, number 31. Given that 1 centimeter is equal to 1 over 100,000 kilometers, then 2.5 kilometers in centimeters is, anybody? Okay, in the group, someone said D. That answer is correct. Right? So basically what they are telling us that we have, 100,000 centimeters in 1 kilometer. All right? So to find out how many kilometers we have in the centimeters, we multiplied by 100,000 to get D as our answer. Number 32. Item 32 refers to the diagram which shows a triangular prism. They want us to find the surface area of this triangular prism. First thing first, we need to figure out how do we find the surface area of a shape. So the surface area of any shape is the area of all of its faces. All right? Looking at this shape, we can see that we have what? 2 triangles and 3 rectangles. All right? So we know that the area of a triangle is half base by height. So the base of the triangle, that is the 6 centimeters, and then the height of the triangle, let me get my pointer. The base of the triangle is 6 centimeters. The height of the triangle is 4 centimeters, right? So let's work it out. The triangle, so the area is half base by height. That is going to be half of 6 by 4 half of 24, which is 12. But that's one triangle. So 2 triangles, 12 plus 12. This is the area of both triangles. Now let us look at our rectangles. If we look at our rectangles, we have two rectangles, that are 5 by 10. That would be on the sides, right? So the area of a rectangle is length by breadth, right? Length by breadth. So rectangle 1 and 2, that is 10 by 5, should be 50. So 50 twice. And then we have one triangle, which is the base to the bottom here, which is going to be 10 by 6, which is 60. So we are adding 24 plus 50 plus 50 plus 60. And our answer is going to be C, 184. Can everybody see how I got the answer? All right. Number 33. At a party, a number, oh, someone sent me a message. Miss, can you go over that? Please, show no problem. So when you're asked to find the surface area of any shape, it is the area of each face. All right. So if we look at this triangular prism, let's write what it's made up of. We have two triangles and we have 3 rectangles. All right, so we're going to find the area of each shape. For my triangle, the area is half base by height. Right? This is the base, this is the height. So it's going to be half 6 by 4, which would be half of 24, which is 12. But we have 2 triangles, right? So the area of both triangles would be 12 and 12, which is 24. Now let's focus on our rectangles. These 2 slashes in the line mean that those 2 sides are equal. So for the rectangle that would be in the back, rectangle 1, its dimensions would be 5 by 10. The second rectangle, which would still be 5 by 10, and the third rectangle, which is the one that would basically be flat on the ground, is 6 by 10. So that is 50 and 50 and 60. So we are now adding all of the areas for those 5 faces. So 50 add 50 is 100, add 60 is 160, add 24 would give us 184. Okay? Right. No problem. Number 33. At a party, a number of guests were served 15 liters of champagne. Each guest had 2 glasses of champagne, and each glass had 150 milliliters. Assuming there was no spillage, how many guests were at the party? So we have some working out to do with our units, right? We have working out to do. So let us start. They said that each guest had 2 glasses. The first thing that we should do, let us firstly convert our liters to milliliters. Right? So we have 1 liter being 1,000 milliliters. So 15 liters would be now 15,000 milliliters as the first step. So let us use the same amount of units. Let's use the same units to make our lives easier. Right? Then they said that 2 glasses per guest and each glass was 150 milliliters. So therefore, each person drank 300 milliliters of champagne. So in order to determine the amount, we're gonna divide how much was drank, the total, by what each person would have consumed. 3 into 3, 1, 3 into 15, 5, the 0 remain. There were approximately 50 guests at this party. Does everyone agree with that? Can everyone see how I would have gotten 50 guests? So the first thing you need to do, make sure that you are using the same units. They gave us this question with liters and milliliters. Convert it to 1 unit. I converted it to milliliters. Then they told us that each guest had 2 glasses and each glass held 150 milliliters. So if we were to look at that part by itself, each guest would have drank 300 milliliters. We divide to find out how many guests there were. All right, so in a circular, if the radius of a circular pond in terms of pi is 44 divided by pi meters, then the distance around the edge of the circular pond in meters is. So my question to you is, forget the in terms of pi and all of that. My question to you is, if we are talking about the distance around the edge of the pond and they gave us the radius, the distance around, what is that? What is that called? What are they asking us to find? You what?
Circumference.
Circumference, lovely. And how do we find the circumference of a circle?
2 pi r.
Lovely. They told us that this is the radius. So let us work it out. So we have 2 multiplied by pi multiplied by our radius, which is 44 over pi. Right? Let us do some calculations. Pi would cancel, leaving 2 multiplied by 44. Our answer is A. Sorry. All right, our answer is A. Just by knowing the formula for the circumference of the circle and plugging in the information that they gave us in the question. Everybody seeing how 88 is the answer, right? All right. The perimeter of a square is 56 centimeters. What is the area of this square? First thing first, how do we find the perimeter of a square? How do we find a perimeter of any shape?
Add
We
up
add
all the sides.
yes, lovely. And what do we know about a square and its sides? We know that all of the
Equal.
sides
All sides
are
equal.
equal. Lovely. So if we know that the perimeter is 56, we can find out what is the length of one side by dividing it by 4, and we get 14, right? So if one side is 14 and the area of a square, what is the formula for the area of a square?
Side by side.
Side by side, right? So therefore, I am multiplying 14 by 14 to find out what the area is. So 14 squared
96.
gives us 196. Our answer is D. All right. Take the information that they give you and apply it to what you know. So you know how to find the perimeter of a square. Sorry, you know how to find the perimeter of a square. Use that, find the side, and that is going to help you find your area. Let's look at item 36. Item 36 refers to the following diagram of a trapezium KLMN. All right, they are now telling us if the area of the trapezium KLMN is 80 centimeters squared, what is the height? So the first thing we need to think about is how do we find the area of a trapezium? All right, silence. The area of a trapezium. Nobody? Area of a trapezium is,
Half E plus B multiplied by height.
thank you, half A plus B multiplied by the height. All right, for those of you that this is our A, this is our B. So now let's substitute the information that we know to solve. So they said that the area is 80, so 80 is equal to half of 12 plus 20 multiplied by H. Right? So we have 80 being equal to half of 32 multiplied by H. Half of 32 is 16, right? So we have 80 is equal to 16H. If we divide by 16 on both sides, we get H to be equal to 5. Our answer is A. Just like with everything else, read your questions carefully, take what you know and put it together. So we've heard the formula and then we took all of the parts of the question, put it into our formula, and we solved for what we did not know. Is that clear? Item 37 refers to the following diagram, which shows a compound solid shape that consists of a triangular prism with a height of 3 centimeters resting on a rectangular based prism. So automatically, you should think of the two shapes that they are telling you that makes this compound shape. We have a triangular prism and we have a rectangular prism, also known as a cuboid, right? They want us to find the volume of the entire shape. So at this point, you should be thinking of, okay, what is how do I find the volume of a triangular prism. How do I find the volume of a rectangular prism? So let us focus on the triangular prism first. Let's find its volume and then we'll just add it to the volume of the rectangular prism. So I'm putting TP for the triangular prism. And its volume usually is the area of the base multiplied by the height. All right, so the area of the base, it's a triangular base. If we look at the base of the triangle, we can see that they are saying that all of the sides are equal. So it's going to be half, base is 6, and the height, they told us, is 3, right? The height of the triangle, which is going to be, the height of the triangular prism, sorry, is going to be this line here. So that is by 10. So I have half of 18 multiplied by 10, 9 by 10, that is 90 centimeters cubed. Great. Then, how do we find the volume of a cuboid or rectangular prism? The volume, length by breadth by height. Right? So we have 10 by 6 by 6, which would give us 360 centimeters squared, cubed. Right? Because it's volume we're dealing with. And then when we add them, 90 plus 360, we get C as our answer. We get C as our answer, 450. Any questions for this question?
No.
All right. Number 38. When a pilot left country A to travel to country B, the time on his watch was 22:50 hours. The distance between country A and B was 3,000 kilometers, which the pilot covered at an average speed of 625 kilometers per hour for the entire journey. Assuming that both countries are in the same time zone, what time did he arrive in? What was the time, sorry, in country B when the pilot arrived? The next day. All right. So they basically told us the time he left, they told us the distance he traveled, they told us the speed that he traveled. They want us to find the time that he would have made it to where he did the next day. But we need to find out how long this trip was. Right? So we need to find out the time the trip took. And to find time is the distance divided by the speed. Okay? So we have 3,000 divided by 625. So let us go. So remember, we have no calculator. So we think it in terms of these 625s. 625 and 625, that's 1250. 1250 at 625, that's 1875. All right. So that's done 3 hours he took there, right? So far we ain't reached 3,000 yet. 1875 plus 625 again, that's 2,500. So we know that this trip so far is 4 hours because we know we have 4 hours and we have 500 kilometers remaining. Right? So I just write, let me put this in a different color. So we need to figure out how many minutes would be 500 out of 625. Right? So let us do some more division. Let's break down this fraction. Let's divide by 25. 500 divided by 25. This is 20. And 625 divided by 25 is 25. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's now divide by 5. So we have 4/5. What is 4/5 of an hour? 4/5 of an hour, which is 60 minutes. Right. So we found out the amount of time his trip took. His trip took 4 hours and 48 minutes. By doing some adding and some subtracting and some fraction work, because remember again, no calculators. So now let us count from 2250, which is basically 10 minutes to 11. Let's count 4 hours and 48 minutes. Well, you all count 4 hours and 48 minutes and tell me what time would he have arrived the next day in the country? Someone sent me a message. Why are you leaving this one blank? Why I worked it out the way I worked it out is because we don't have a calculator. So we're going to try. Yes, you can do working on your paper. Yes, you can. On your question paper. Mark it up. That's your paper. Right. I worked it out the way I did so that you can see how it is done just by we trying to divide by 625. So I kept adding 625 until I couldn't anymore. You could have broken down the fraction a different way. The distance divided by the time. I know everybody should be able to add, so we use addition and subtraction, and then we break down the fractions some more to find out how many minutes. Right. So if we add 4 hours to the 2250, right? 2250, that is what? 10 to 11. So that's 1050. So 1150, 1250, 150, 250. 250 is where we're at. And then when we add 48 minutes to that, we end up with B338. Tell me if you all seen that. Why this jump in? Yes, I think tomorrow there will be repeats. So when we get to another paper, you all will see how many of these questions repeat as well. The questions, unless, I don't know, by some twist of fate, CSEC does some sort of magic and Do not repeat questions, which I've never seen in all of my years. But usually there are repeats, a lot of them. All right. Number 39. Miss Ray recorded the 15 test scores of her students and for reporting purposes, selected the scores that appeared most often. Which of the following statistical measure did Miss Ray obtain? So what do we call when something appears most frequently? What is that called? That is called the mode. All right. They want us to find out how many students scored at most 45 marks. So what we need to do, we need to find where 45 marks would be, which would be here. And we're going to come up, You're going to come up to touch your graph, and then you are going to go across. My line crooked, but when you touch the graph, you go across. Lovely. I think this should be straighter. So even if you can't see the value, looking at where the line is, the only logical answer, or the only answer that it could possibly be, is C. It can only be C since it is above 160, right? It doesn't look as far as 170, right? So they then asked the median mark scored by the 200 students. So what we do again, we find on our graph, the middle of it would be here. So this is where 100 would be. Sorry, hold on. This line is where 100 should be. Come across, touch your graph, and then go down. Right? Looking at the options that we have and where our line is in our graph, let us see where our answer would lie. It passed 30, but it did not cross 40. So in between, the answer is B. Can you all see that? All right. If the mean of four numbers, 4, 8, X, and 12 is 10, what is X? Someone remind me, how do we find the mean? What do we do? What do we have to do? We have to add up all the numbers and then divide it by the amount of numbers that we had, right? Okay. So in this case, hold on, somebody sent me a message. In this case, let us work it out. If I had to add up all of my numbers and then divide it by, oh gosh, hold on. All right. So I had to add up all the numbers. So I have 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12, right? Sorry. So that would give me 24 plus x. That is all of the numbers that I would have had, but I then had to divide it by the amount of numbers, right? So if I had to divide it by oh, hold on, you're coming in and sending messages. Just now, let me pause. Right. If I had to add up the numbers, that's the first part. But then when I add up the numbers, I had to divide it by 4, and it would give me 10. What am I thinking? So let me write it over here. 24 plus x divided by 4 is supposed to be 10. So I'm going to solve this as I would a regular equation, right? So I'm going to multiply by 4 on both sides. It will cancel here. I get 24 plus x is equal to 40. Subtract 24 on both sides. My answer is 16. So let us work it out. Let us work it backwards to see. 4 plus 8 plus 12 plus 16 would give us the 40 divided by 4. The mean would be 10. So my answer is D, 16. Right? We worked the question backwards. So items 30, 43 and 44 refers to the pie chart, which shows the popular games played by 720 students. They want us to find out how many students play cricket or football. Cricket or football. So what we need to do, we need to find out how many of them play cricket and how many of them play football. And then we'll add it up and we'll get our answer. So let's focus on what we're focusing on first, cricket or football. We should focus on football because that one is relatively easier because we can see, somebody send me the answer. Someone said C. Someone said C, that is the answer actually. We can see football is 90 degrees, right? So since we have some percentages, let us change it to percent. 90 degrees to percentage would be 25%. 36% would be 10%. So if I have 25 and 10 and 35, then I should know that cricket is what? 35%. Right, so these are my percentages of how many people plays what. So for cricket, that is 35% of the 720. For football, 25% of the 720. This would give me 252. This would give me 180. And then when I add them together, I get 432. Rightfully, as the person said, The answer is C. All right. Then, question 44. A student is picked at random from the group. What is the probability that this student plays neither tennis nor football? Someone said D is the answer. That is correct, but let us work it out. How are we going to work out that the probability of someone not playing football or what it is? Tennis. Okay, so let's get amounts. So we know that the amount of people playing football is 180. So neither. So we not consider any people playing football, or we not consider any people playing tennis. So we're looking at those playing cricket and basketball. Right, cricket and basketball. So 30%, let's find out how many people play in basketball. Basketball was 30%. Right, so 30% of 720, that is 260. Okay, so they're not playing football, they're not playing tennis. So they're either playing cricket or they're either playing basketball. So we know probability. Probability is when we put the possible outcomes over the total outcomes. Are you all with me? Are you all with me? So we have, let's add this up, 252 plus 216, 468 divided by that 720. And then we break it down. Let us divide it up. We can divide by, if we start with 2, that will take us too long. 36. 36 into 468, 13, 36 into 720, 20. My answer is D. Again, probability is the desired outcome. So we focused on which two sports they could have been possibly playing. They could have been possibly playing cricket, which is 252 of them, or basketball, which was 216 of them. We put that over the total outcome, total number of students, which was 720. Our answers, however, it is the probability in its lowest form. So we had to break down our original answer. All right. Number 45, the equation of the line that crosses the vertical axis at the point 0.05 that has a gradient of 4. So they want us to state the equation of the line. Just for memory purposes, the equation of the line is y is equal to mx plus c, where m is our gradient and c is our y-intercept. They told us that our gradient is 4, so we know that y would be equal to 4x, and then they told us that it crosses the vertical axis, which is also known as our y-axis, at 0.5. You take the y value, So our answer is C. We clear? All right. Next question. The point where a linear function crosses the vertical axis is called B, the y-intercept. We just would have mentioned that in the previous question. Which of these following graphs represent a linear function? Firstly, linear. We are speaking about a line. So therefore, automatically, which is out? C and D are out. They are not linear. They are not lines. In order to find out if a graph is a function, we do the vertical line test. So we draw vertical lines, and if it crosses at one point, it is a function. If it crosses at multiple places, it is not a function, right? So in this case, I would have drawn multiple lines at A, and the lines that I would have drawn only crossed one place, as opposed to B, my vertical line crossed the entire function, the entire graph. So that is definitely not a function. The answer is A. Right? We figured that out using the vertical line test. Number 48. Item 48 refers to the graph of a function. The coordinates of the maximum point of the function y is equal to 4x minus x squared r. So we're looking at the point to the top, the maximum point. So we're looking at the highest point on this graph, which is this point here. And those coordinates are 2 and 4, 2 on the x, 4 on the y. So my answer is B. Number 49. Which of the following functions is undefined at the point x is equal to -2? When a function is undefined, that means that its denominator is equal to 0. All right? So if we are looking at each of them and we were to substitute x to be -2 into our denominators, we would only get 0. So let's do it. For A, we have 2 subtract -2. That would give us 4. For B, the denominator would be -2 subtract 2. That would give us -4. C, it would be -2 squared, which is 4 subtract 2. D, however, would be yeah, someone raise their hand. D, however, would be -2 plus 2, which would give us 0. Number 51, if g of x is equal to x squared plus 1, then g of -1 is equal to, okay, so let us work this out. Firstly, we are going to find g of -1. So I'm off to the side. G of -1. Wherever I see x in the function, I'm going to replace it with -1. So -1 squared plus 1, that's going to be 1 plus 1, which is equal to 2. Now I'm going to take that 2 and plug it into the g function. So I'm going to take this and plug it into g. So I'm finding now g of 2, which is going to be 2 squared plus 1, 4 plus 1, that answer is 5. D. All right? If tomorrow, please God, when you open your paper, you see a composite function to evaluate, do it piece by piece. All right, I found g of -1 first, then I plugged that answer back into g. Even if it is different functions, if you have f and g, g and h, however it go, do it piece by piece, please. All right, number 51. A parking lot charges $1 plus 25 cents for every hour h, or part thereof, for which the vehicle is parked. A function c of h that represents the cost, the parking cost is, okay? So let us pull apart what they told us. They are telling us that C, I will show you the difference between, I'll explain the difference between C and the answer afterwards.
Oh, it's
So
probably B.
it is B. Why is it B and not the others? Let us pull apart the question. They are telling us that they need to pay $1 base price. So no matter how long you stay in this car park, you're paying $1 flat rate. Then you are paying 25 cents for every hour. So, if you stay 2 hours, it will be 25 cents by 2. If you stay 10 hours, 25 cents by 10, which would be 0.25 by each, right? So we're looking for plus $1 and the 25 cents multiplied by h, which is B. The difference between B and C is, for C, you are paying $1 for every hour and 25 cents base price. That is the opposite of what they told us. All right? $52. Item 52 refers to the arrow diagram, which shows the function f. Which of the following equations best describes the function? So we're looking at the x values and trying to see what happened to them to make them become the y values. So let us go through our answers. Y is equal to x plus 3. Let's see if we add 3 to our x values, if they'll be equal to y. All right, 3 plus 2 is 5. That's correct. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. 11 plus 3 is 14. We don't necessarily even need to check the others because we found the answer with our first set of working. Y is equal to x plus 3. All right? Item 53 refers to the following diagram of a transformation. What transformation maps PQR onto P prime, Q prime, R prime? Look at the two triangles.
B.
B, it is a reflection. Very well. Number 54. In which of the following polygons is the sum of the interior angles twice the sum of the exterior angles? So the first thing that we need to think about is the size of the interior angles of the polygons opposed to the size of the exterior angles. So the sum of the exterior angle of a polygon, does anyone know what it is? Do I need to say?
A quadrilateral.
a quadrilateral. That is not the answer. So, first thing first, there is a formula for the sum of the interior angles. Somebody saying B. B is the answer. But let us see how to work it out. So there is a formula for the sum of the interior angles, which is, sorry, excuse me, n subtract 2 multiplied by 180. N is the number of sides. So just like I sure that everybody would be able to tell me the sum of the interior angles of a triangle. We have 3 sides. So that's 3 subtract 2 multiplied by 180. That's 1 by 180. We know that the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is 180, right? A hexagon has 6 sides. So we have 6 subtract 2 multiplied by 180. 4 by 180, 720. Pentagon, 5 subtract 2 multiplied by 180. 3 by 180, that's 540. And a quadrilateral, that's 4 sides, 4 subtract 2 multiplied by 180 is equal to 2 by 180, that is 360. And these are the interior angles, right? The question, so we know the sizes of all the interior angles, but they want us to know which of them is twice the sum of the exterior angles. Please note that the sum of the exterior angles of a polygon is 360 degrees. So you don't need to work out all. I am just working out all for you to see it. Right? The sum of the exterior angles is 360 degrees. 360 by 2, because they say twice the size, is 720. The only answer that we have there is B, a hexagon. We have a item 54. Item 54 refers to the translation of triangle ABC to triangle A prime, B prime, C prime. Right? So this is the diagram there. They want us to know in the diagram the translation by which ABC is mapped onto A prime, B prime, C prime is represented by. So they want us to know, they want us to say how much to the left and up did we slide triangle ABC to get it to A prime, B prime, C prime. So we can see that the triangle moved to the left and then it moved up. So let us go and see our possible answers. We know that when we move something to the left, the x value becomes negative. So automatically, C and D are out because the x amount, the x value there are positive. So they are out. So without even working out anything. For your x values, if you move to the left, it's negative. If you move to the right, it's positive, right? For your y value, if you move up, it is positive. But if you move down, it is negative. So it moved to the left. So these two are out. However, it also moved up. So therefore, our y value should be positive. So B is also out. I did not even count it to show you this answer. All I did was know how my values should set up. You could also, however, count. So you can start at A and count the spaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places left and 1, 2, 3 places up. Right? -5, that's 5 places to the left and 3 places up. You get the same thing whether you count it or you just look at how your answer was supposed to be structured. .56. Point P, which is 2, -3, is rotated 90 degrees about the origin at a 90 degrees angle in a clockwise direction. What are the coordinates of P? All right, so let's think about it. Furthermore, we can go to where we go into what we know. We're using this grid to help us figure it out. All right, so they said that the point is 2, -3. So that's 2, -3 here, right? This is it, point P. And if it were to be rotated 90 degrees about the origin anti-clockwise. So we know anti-clockwise is this way. So our point moving from here, 90 degrees, that direction. If I were to move it 90 degrees, now they said about the origin. So I'm going to draw a little straight line to where it's rotating from. So basically, let's think of it as it's on a string, and I'm taking it and I'm going to swing it 90 degrees anti-clockwise. My point is now going to be here. Let's show you where my point will be. Here. Why? It was swung 90 degrees anti-clockwise. This is a 90-degree angle here. You all seeing that? The question didn't give me a grid, but there was a grid on the page before, so I used it to help me. Going back to my question, I gave you all the visual aid. My answer is A. I think I put my point in the wrong place just now. My point is A. So if you look at it, it was 2, -3. Because it moved anti-clockwise, my X value is now +3, and my Y value is 2. Go back up to the grid. Let's do it again, just for visual aid. 2, -3, it's here. Somebody message me. 2, -3 is here. And I'm remember moving anti-clockwise, that direction, 90 degrees. Right about my origin. Okay, 90 degrees. Item 57 refers to the diagram of a right angle triangle ABC. In the right angle triangle above, which trigonometric ratio is equal to 4, 8? All right. So firstly, let us start by labeling our sides. Once you have a right angle triangle, my first thing is to label your sides, right? So in any case, this is our hypotenuse. If we are looking at X being the angle this is going to be our opposite. However, if y is our angle, this is our adjacent. Because we're trying to work it out, right? So we have two options. It can either be opposite over hypotenuse, opposite over hypotenuse, which would be sine of x, or if we take it for the cos, it is wrong. They said cos of x. If it was cos angle, it would have had to be cos of y. Can you all see the difference? So the answer is D. You all see any difference with the angles? All right, thank you for the reactions. Just be careful about that. Because 4/8 could have been either cos or sine. But what it is dependent on is the angles on the inside, the x and the y. Number item 58 refers to the following diagram of an enlargement. You can see it. Number 58, OA prime and OB prime and OCC prime are straight lines. Triangle ABC is mapped onto triangle A prime, B prime, C prime by an enlargement whose center is 0. What is the scale factor of enlargement? So look at the triangles. What is the difference between A, B, C and A prime, B prime, C prime? What can we say about the triangles just by looking at them? That it is, well, A prime, B prime, C prime is twice the size as ABC, right? So therefore, our scale factor is going to be C2. If we multiplied triangle ABC by 2, we would have gotten the enlarged triangle on the right. All right. Item 15, number 59. A plane is flying in a direction of 0, 4, 5 degrees. And it changes courses clockwise, in a clockwise direction to 135 degrees. The angle through which the plane turns is, all you need to do is subtract the angles. If it was going one direction and it turns clockwise another, we subtract the two directions to get B 90 degrees is how the angle to which the plane turned. And the last question, item 60 refers to the diagram of a building. Right? A surveyor sets up his instruments 12 meters from the foot of the building and records the angle of elevation to the top of the building. An estimate of the height of the building can be obtained by calculating. So if we look at the diagram, remember the angle of elevation would be from his line of sight, which is going to be where the right angle triangle starts. All right, the 1.6 meters, this is his height. The height from the ground to his line of vision. The angle being 40 degrees is here. So if we were to find the height of the building, whatever we do, we then have to add his height to it. So automatically, it is either A or B. All right? And we have to find this piece. Let me get my pointer. So we know that his height taking up to here. We know that this distance is the 12 meters. So what we're trying to find really is the opposite, right? So if we're working with the opposite and the adjacent, automatically, according to Soka Tower, our answer is B. Our answer is B. His height plus 12 times tan 40. All right, so I am going to give you all a 10-minute break. All right, guys, let us begin on another paper. So again, as you can see, your same rules is at the front of the paper. Formula sheet on the second page. And question 1 is a repeat of the same question that we would have done previously. All right, are you all ready? Question 1, -3 squared plus -2 squared. Our answer is
C.
13. Just a second, and I get into highlights. Oh, why am I getting highlights? All right. So apparently I am not being allowed to highlight, but our answer is C. That is correct. Right. Question 2, what percentage of 40 is 8?
B, 20%.
B.
B, 20%, lovely. 0.45 is written as a common fraction in its simplest form. The result is
A.
A. So we would put 45 over 100 and then we would break it down. Lovely. So as you can see, questions repeating because we would have looked at a question like this previously. If 235 multiplied by 48.7 is equal to 11,444.5, then 2.35 multiplied by 4.87, sorry, is
A.
A.
A. Correct. A test was marked out of 80. A boy scored 60% of the marks on the test. How much marks did he score?
B.
B.
E. Lovely. 48 marks. Dan sold 40 tickets to a concert in 5 days. Each day he sold 3 more tickets than the previous day. What is the ratio of the number of tickets he sold on day 3 to the number of tickets he sold on day 5? Anybody?
B.
B? B is correct. Message. I don't understand the question. Someone asked which positions. What are we talking about? Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Number 7. Which of the following sets is defined by x is an element of the integers -2 is less than or equal to x, and x is less than or equal to 4. Which of it is it? This question repeats. What is the answer?
D.
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 Right? The less than or equal to signs mean that it includes -2 and 4. The set of positive integers divisible by 6 is an example of
C.
C. This question is similar to the last question that we would have looked at, except the last question had the 2-digit numbers. This one didn't give us any constraint on the numbers divisible by 6. All right? Number 9, if the universal set has 25 elements, the number of elements in A is 14, the number of elements in B is 15, and the number of elements in A union B is 23. What then the number of elements in A intersect B is how much?
A.
A.
Nope. C. How is it C? Let us talk it through. If we were to add the number of elements in A and B, that would give us 29 elements, right? But they said that the A union B is only 23. So therefore they have 6 elements in common. The difference between this question and the last question, you'll give the answer to the last question. The last question asks us for the number of elements that were not in A union B. They didn't ask us that this time. They asked us how many elements does A and B share in common. All right, question 10 and 11 refers to the Venn diagram, which shows the universal set U and 2 sets T and C, which represents students in the class who plays tennis and chess. They want us to find out how many students play both tennis and chess. How many students? Look at the Venn diagram.
2.
D.
2.
2, A. Because if we look at it properly, the circle that is chess only has 2 members, but that is also inside the tennis circle. So those 2 members are playing both tennis and chess. All right, then they want us to find out how many students play exactly 1 game. Look at your Venn diagram. Who is only playing 1 game?
4.
4, the answer is C. Yes, that's Ali, Alex, Kayla, and Tom only play tennis. Right. The total students in Teacher May's class have either a dog, a cat, or none of the 2. 16 students have a dog, 12 students have a cat, and the remainder have neither a dog or a cat. Which of the following Venn diagrams correctly represents this information? This is another repeat question.
D.
The answer is D. Okay, different paper, just making sure. All right. At a bank, EC is $2.60 is equivalent to $1 US. For every US exchange, we did this question just now. 10 cents is deducted. How much US would you get if you were to change 1,000 US? We did this question and the answer is C. Thank you. A dress which costs $1,800 is being sold at a discount of 10%. The discount amount is
C.
C.
C is correct. So we found 10% of the 1,800. Similar question if you all realize. All right, so then they have, if $7,000 is borrowed at a rate of 5% per annum for 3 years, the simple interest would be, so principal by rate by time over 100. When we work it out, we get what? So when we cancel our zeros, 70 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 3, our answer is D. Right? An article was bought for $125. An article bought for $125 was sold for $100. The loss as a percentage of the cost price is, so to find the loss percentage of the cost price, it's going to be the loss amount, which is 25, over the cost price, so that's 25 over 125 multiplied by 100.
Miss A.
A. Thank you. The cash price of a television set is $350. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30 each. How much is saved by paying cash? A repeat question again.
D.
D. Thank you. If the simple interest on $900 at 4% per annum at T amount of years is 108, what is the value of T? This is a repeat question. To work it out, the interest amount multiplied by 100. So that's 108 multiplied by 100 over 900 by 4. When we do our cancellations and we work it out, we end up with 27 over 9. 9 divided by 27 would give us 3. At the end of any year, a car is worth 5% less than what it was worth at the beginning of the year. If a car is worth $19,000 in December 2021, what was the value in January 2021? The same type of questions, different amount, different percentage depreciation. Right, so can someone give me the answer for this question? Chat. Guys, in the chat, I need you all to stay focused, please. Stay focused and keep the conversation about maths, please. Thank you. Does anyone have an answer for me?
B.
B is the answer. Right, remember for questions like these, sometimes we need to find for 1%. So that 19,000, would be the 95% value, right? If we find for 1, we'd be able to find for 100. A man's regular pay is $8 per hour up to 40 hours, right? Overtime is twice the payment for regular time. If he is paid $480, how many hours overtime did he work?
Well,
12. You sure? Check it over. If you're working 8 hours per 40 hours, right? We'll say by 8, $320 would be his regular pay. So 320 from the,
10 hours.
how much?
10 E.
10 hours A. So his overtime pay would have been $160 divided by the overtime rate, which is $16, would give us 10 hours overtime. Number 21. 7 times the product of two numbers A and B is written as.
C.
No. Listen to the question. 7 times the product of two numbers A and B may be written as, which is different from the question that we would have done. Same letters,
D.
same number.
C. A.
A.
A. The product of A and B would just be AB next to each other, and 7 times that product would be 7AB. Right? Again, watch the wording. 1 over 2x plus 1 over 3x would be equal to
B.
B. Even if you did not know how to work this out, think of it as regular fractions. If we were adding a half and a third, what we would have done, we would have found the LCM, right? So instead of it being 2 and 3, it is now 2x and 3x. They both have 6x in common. All right? Just look for the denominator that has 6x. That would have been your answer. It didn't need to be 6x squared. All right? What is the value of x squared plus 3y over xy if x is 4 and y is 2? So this is substitution that we're looking at here. So let's work it out. X squared, that's 4 squared, so that will be 16. 16 plus 3y, y is 2. 16 plus 6 at the top.
1 3/4.
1 3/4. So you're saying the answer is A?
A.
You sure? Check it over for me. Check it over. So let me write it out. Right. So let's work it out. At the top, we have 4 squared plus 3 by 2 over 4 by 2. Right? So that is 16 plus 6 over 8. Excuse me 1 second, please, guys. Let me take this phone call. Sorry about that, guys. Right. So we have 16 plus 6, giving us what? 22 over 8. So that is 2. Huh?
D.
Yes, the answer is D. 2 3/4, not 1 3/4. Right? So just be mindful. Right. Right, so you see how easy it was to mix it up? Right. Number 24. Another repeat question. If 5, open brackets, 2x minus 1, close brackets, is equal to 35, then x is?
D.
D. John has X marbles and Max has, I'm not seeing it properly, twice.
Sorry, miss.
Yes, love?
What was the answer for 23?
23 was D.
Okay.
2 3/4. Right. 25. John has X marbles. Max has twice as many marbles as John. Max gives John 5 marbles. How many marbles does John now have? So the answers there are x subtract 5, x plus 5, 2x subtract 5, and 2x plus 5.
B.
B. Yes, it is, because if John has x and Max gives him 5, he would now have x plus 5 marbles. Okay? 26. Given that 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12, let us see what defines A and B. So we are going to have to work it out to see which of the following options works. All right, so try it and let me know which gives us the answer. So, brackets, you have to do it first. B subtract A, that would be 3, 6 subtract 3, which is 3 multiplied by 4, which is 12. It works for that one. Let's see if it's going to work for the second one. So that's 5 subtract 2, which is 3. 3 by 4 is 12, not 9. So it does not work. B, we have A squared subtract B. A squared would be 3 squared, that's 9, subtract 6 is not 12.
The answer is D.
The answer is D. 2A plus B. Try it. It will work for both 2 options. Number 27. If A is 1, 2, 5, 4, 6, 1, 3, 7, and negative 2, 3, 2, 9, what is the order of matrix A? How many rows by how many columns? A 3 by 4. So our answer is C. Item 28 refers to the matrix P, which is 8, 6, 7, 5. They want you to find the determinant of P.
B.
B. Negative 2. Item 29 refers to the vectors P and Q. Vector P is, I am thinking, 3, 7, and Q is 2, 5. What is, let's see, P plus Q? P plus Q would give us what?
B.
B.
It is P plus Q is B, but I
No,
don't feel
miss,
like
it's actually P minus Q. I did this paper
P
recently.
minus Q. You sure?
And I think it is negative 2, 5.
I think, wait, P is plus, but Q is 2 negative 5. Sorry. Q is 2 negative 5. And the vector is P plus Q. So the answer is C. Okay? Can't see that question clearly. So, all right. Item 30 refers to the following diagram of the triangle OLM, in which R is the midpoint of OL and T is the midpoint of OM. Further, OR is equal to A and OT is equal to B. Express RM, Rx expressed in the terms of A and B is. So we're starting at R and we're trying to go to M. Which of these? A plus 2B, 2B subtract A, 2 open brackets, B subtract A, or 2 open brackets, A plus B. Which of it would it be?
B.
A.
B. Because we are going the opposite direction of A to get from R to O, so that's negative A, and then OT is B, and then TM would be B as well. So it's going to be 2B subtract A. Given that 1 milliliter is equal to 1 over 1,000 meters, 2,500 milliliters in meters is 0.25, 2.5, 25, or 250.
B.
B is correct. Right? So we have 2,500 milliliters. We would have had to divide by 1,000, which would have given us 2.5. The volume of a cube whose edge is 10 centimeters is?
B.
Repeat. Volume of a cube. How do we find
B.
volume of a cube?
B.
B. It's 1,000. If you're saying B, you're thinking the area. All right, so we have another repeat question. At a party, a number of guests were served 50 liters of champagne. Each guest had 2 glasses of champagne. 2 glasses of champagne, and each glass held 150 milliliters, assuming there were no spillage. How many guests were at the party?
50.
50. C. So again, to work out this question, convert them to all the same units and then divide by how many glasses they would have had. So it would have been 15,000 divided by 300. Oh, we can barely see this question, 34. But it's basically, they are giving us the area of the trapezium at 65 centimeters squared, and we are tasked to find the height. So for anyone that would have missed when we worked this question out before, I am going to work it out. So the area of a trapezium is half. You all could work it out by the time A plus B multiplied by H. Well, this is A and this is B. So let's take what we have from the question. 65 is equal to half of 8 plus 18 multiplied by H. 65 is equal to half of what? 26 multiplied by H. 65 is equal to 13H. We divide by 13 on both sides. H is 5. So our answer is D. All right, take the formula and what we know, plug in the information, and solve, okay? All right, the perimeter of a square is 56 centimeters. What is the area of the square?
196.
196D. This is another repeat question. All right, for those of you that are not sure how to find it, the perimeter of a square, we add the sides going around. So that's divide by 4, which we would have gotten 14. And then the area of a square is side squared. 14 squared would give us 196. All right, so the distance around the edge of a circular pond is 88 meters. The radius of this, the radius in meters is, so this is the opposite. This is the opposite of the question that we would have gotten previously. Someone said something. What do we think it is?
C.
C.
C is correct. All right, item 31 refers to the following diagram, which shows a compound shape that consists of a triangle with the height of 4 centimeters resting on a square. If the area of the triangle is 14 centimeters squared, what is the area of the compound shape? So for this question, we are going to have to do some working backwards. All right? Because they told us the area of the triangle is 14. And we know that the area of a triangle is base by height, well, half base by height, right? So therefore, the first thing that we have to do is multiply this by 2, which will give us 28. And they tell us the height is 4. So we're going to have 4 multiplied by the base being 28. So therefore, the base is 7. And if we know the base is 7 and it's a square, the area of the square would be 49. Right? And then we have to add the 2 to find the area of the compound shape. So that's 49 plus 14, which is 63. So our answer is B. Everybody could see that? Use what we know, use what we have, find what we need to. Okay? We worked backwards using the area of the triangle. On leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch was 2300 hours. When he arrived his destination in the same time zone on a different day, his watch said 300 hours. If the average speed of the aircraft was, for the entire journey, was 625 kilometers per hour, what was the distance? Similar question.
2500.
What you said, sorry?
A.
A, 2500, that is correct. So we're trying to find distance. Distance is speed multiplied by time. They gave us the speed. We had to find the time. So 2300 hours, that's like what, 11 o'clock, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. The time was 4 hours. 625 multiplied by 4 would give us 2500. Number 39, somebody was going to say something?
Let's take a do over 37.
Over 37. Sure. All right. So for 37, let's take what they told us, right? They told us that the area of the triangle is 14 centimeters squared. They told us that the height of the triangle is 4 centimeters. They didn't give us the base, right? So the area of a triangle we know is half base by height. So if half base by 4 is equal to 14, let's solve. To get rid of this half, I need to multiply both sides by 2. Right, so it will cancel here. I get base by height, which will be 4b, is equal to 28. Divide by 4 on both sides. The base is 7. So here is 7. They said that it is resting on a square. So if this side is 7, the area of a square is side by side, right? So that's 7 multiplied by 7 to give me 49. So the compound shape, which would be the area of the triangle, which is 14, plus the area of the square, which is 49, and that would give me 63 centimeters squared.
Okay, miss. Understand.
You're welcome. Right. Ms. Clark arranged the 15 test scores of her students in order of size and selected the 8th score for reporting purposes. Which of the following statistical measures did Ms. Clark obtain?
Median.
The median. So she would have taken the score that was in the middle of the data set. Items 41 and 40 and 41 refer to the diagram that shows a cumulative frequency curve based on marks of 200 students who took a driving test. All right. So they want us to figure out how many students scored at most 45 marks. So we find 45 marks. Similar to what we did just now, find the 45. Come up, touch your graph, and go across. All right? So we're looking at where it is. It's a little way from the 160 mark, right? So let's see what our options for our answers are. And can someone give me the answer, please? The answer is C, 166. It can't be 34. It can't be 40 because those were not close to where our line was. And 170 would have been too far from the 160 line where it was, right? Then they said the median mark scored by the 200 students. So on the cumulative frequency side, we're going to find the middle, which is here. And we're going to come across, touch our graph, and then come down to get a possible mark. So if we look at our options, we have 38, 37, 48, and 100.
37.
37 is going to be the answer, just because of where our line lands. In a box, there are 8 red, 7 blue, and 6 green marbles. 1 marble is picked at random. What is the probability that the marble, that is neither blue nor green? So what is the probability that it is going to be red? Your options look like 8/21, 3/7, 9/22, and 2/3.
A.
21. A is correct. So we have the total amount of marbles, which was 21 marbles. And if it's neither blue nor green, it has to be red. There are 8 red marbles, so it's going to be 8/21. Item 43 refers to the pie chart that shows the popular games played by 720 students. They want us to figure out how many students play cricket.
C.
C, because we remember it from the last time, right? This was a repeat question. Well, they asked something different, but the same pie chart was used. Item 44 refers to the two-way table, which shows the ways in which 200 students in a group are transported to school on a particular day. A student picked at random from the group, what is the probability that the student is male who traveled to school by taxi on that day?
A quarter A.
A quarter A. That is correct. How did we find that? We put the male taxi amount over the total amount. So it will be 50 over the 200. And then when we break it down, we get a quarter. All right. The point where a linear function crosses the vertical axis is called the
y-intercept.
y-intercept. The equation of the line that crosses the vertical axis at the point 0,5 and has a gradient of 4. The answer is
C.
C. Y is equal to mx 4x plus 5. Another repeat question. 47. Which of the following graphs represent a linear function?
A.
A. Linear means line, and we do a vertical line test. If we do a vertical line test on B, it is going to cover the entire graph, so it can't be a function. All right. Item 48 refers to the graph of a quadratic function. The equation of the axis of symmetry for the function y is equal to 4x minus x squared is. Axis of symmetry is the line that is the center of the graph. That would fold this graph into 2. What is that equation? So I'm going to draw a line and you all will give me the equation. This would be the line here. That line,
D.
x is equal to 2. Yes, the answer is D. Notice they gave us the same graph, the same function, but a different question. And line L is perpendicular to the line y is equal to 3/7 x. I don't know if that's plus or minus 9, I can't see. What is the gradient of L?
-7.
-7/3 is correct, and that is A. Right? So remember, a line is perpendicular. We know that two lines are perpendicular if the gradient is the negative reciprocal. So if it's 3/7, its perpendicular line or its perpendicular gradient would be -7/3. If g of x is equal to 7x subtract 3/5, then g of -6 is work it out for me.
-35/9.
Teacher?
39/5. My bad.
Uh-uh.
A is A.
Check it over. It's A.
B.
It's A. When we replace x, just now. When we replace x with -6, we would get -42 subtract 3. So that would give us -45 on top. -45 divided by 5 would give us -9. All right. So item 51 refers to the arrow diagram that shows a function f. Which of the following best describes the function? Repeat question. Someone give me the answer.
A.
B, x plus
Change
g.
it around. Last time it was A. This time it's B. Y is equal to x plus 3. So that's what they do. So if you look at the repeat questions and you look at it and you answer it a certain way, you learn it a certain way, the question may repeat. One of two things might happen. They might change what they're asking you or change the order of the answers, like what happened just now. All right? The range of f of x squared, I think, for the domain 2, -1, -2,
Looking
-1
like cubed.
is cubed, yeah. So the function f of x is x cubed. They gave us the domain. The domain is -2, -1, 0, 1, 2. What would be the elements in the range? So if we were to cube each term, -2 cubed, -2 by -2,
Is
+4, positive
what's gonna have to see?
+4. This is just working out. This one alone would give you the answer, right? +4 by -2 is -8. The only one with -8 as an option is D. So the elements in D are -8, -1, 0, 1, and 8. #53. What transformation maps PQR onto P prime, Q prime, R prime?
B.
B.
B. Reflection.
Reflection. In which of the following polygons does the sum of the interior angles equal the sum of the exterior angles? Remember, the sum of the exterior angles is 360. So which of those internal angles are also 360?
D.
D, a quadrilateral. All right, so 55 refers to the diagram that shows the straight line y is equal to negative x. They want us to find out what is the image of the line y is equal to negative x when it is rotated anti-clockwise about the origin at an angle of 90 degrees. If we were to take that line and rotate it 90 degrees, what would it become?
D.
D.
Y is equal to X.
Y is equal to X is correct. Item 56 refers to the following diagram, which shows the translation of triangle ABC to triangle A prime, B prime, C prime. In the diagram, the translation in which ABC is mapped onto A prime, B prime, C prime by
-5 and 3.
-5 and 3, which even though the print is bad, that answer is A. Right? It moves 5 places to the left, 3 places up. Item 57 refers to the following right-angled triangle ABC. In the triangle, angle BAC is 30 degrees, AB is 40 meters. The length of AC in meters would be? So tell me which line we're finding.
C.
C? You sure?
A.
A?
D.
Wait. Too many different answers. Let us figure it out. So,
It will be B. It will be B.
it will be B, it will be B. You sure?
Yeah, it's B.
Yeah, sure.
Nah, you're really wrong.
It's A.
Is
Not A neither.
is C.
C.
There is C.
C.
So at this point, the answer is D.
Miss, I know city.
I didn't hear you. Hold on. Hold
Me
on.
even hear D.
Hold on. The answer is not D. The answer is A.
Well, I
Ottley had a second class.
Miss, how
know
is
it's
he? How is
A.
he?
How is A? Let me go.
Because
Explain it for me. Because, go ahead.
when you're finding AC, it will be sine 60 degrees equal to AC over 40.
All right. You're trying to find AC, right? So if this is 90 degrees, this is 30, this would be 60,
Yeah.
right? So it would be, this is the hypotenuse, this is the opposite. So it would be sine 60
60
is
equal
equal
to
to
AC.
opposite over the 40. When we're finding the one at the top, we just multiply. So 40 sine 60 would be equal to the AC. You seeing it now?
Yeah.
58. What is the scale factor that maps triangle ABC onto triangle A prime, B prime, C prime?
C.
C2. Right? We can see that the triangle is twice the size of the other one. A plane is flying a direction of 45 degrees and changes course in a clockwise direction of 135 degrees. The
B.
angle through
B,
in
yeah.
which
B.
plane turns. B.
B
B.
90
B,
degrees.
B, B.
B.
Yes, it's a repeat question. All right. If the angle P formed by two equal sides of an isosceles triangle PQR is x degrees, what is the size of angle Q and R?
D.
Miss C.
C is the answer. If it's an isosceles triangle, that means two of the sides, two of the angles will be equal, right? So that will be angle Q or R. If P is X, it would be 180 sub. So let me draw a triangle for you. Now, let's see how best I could make this triangle even. If that side and that side are equal, right? So I make it equal. Those two sides are equal, and this angle here is X. This is P, this is Q, and this is R. This is X. To find X, we would have to subtract it from 180 and then divide it by 2 because these two angles would be equal. Okay, C is the answer. All right. Just check the messages. All right. Let's pause, get some water, and then we'll start back with another paper. On this paper. Right. So we are looking at 2021 May June's paper. All right. So number 1, does it look familiar? Very right.
Yeah.
And our answer is
C.
C. No questions asked. All right. Number 2, also familiar. Our answer is
B.
B.
number 3. A. So we've seen question 3 appear in so far 3 papers. They just moved the points around a bit, right? Number 4, using the distributive property, 49 multiplied by 17 plus 49 multiplied by 3 is the same as
B.
A.
A. 49 multiplied by 20. Number 5, a test is marked out of 80. A boy scored 60%,
48.
48.
B.
A repeat question again. All right. Dan sold 40 tickets in 5 days. Each day, he sold 3 tickets more than the previous day. The number of tickets he sold on the 3rd day is
A.
A. Right? Number 7, what's my answer?
B.
B.
All right. Number 8, if Q is equal to A, the elements in the set Q is A, B, C, how many subsets can be obtained from set Q?
C.
D. It is 2 to the power of the number of elements in the set. Right, so just for future reference, if they ask you anything about the subsets or how many subsets can be obtained, and they give you options like these, it is 2 to the power of how many elements in the set. So we have 3 elements in the set, it's going to be 2 to the power of 3. All right? The set of positive integers is an example of what type of set?
C.
C. All right. If the number of elements in the universal set is 25, and number of elements in A is 14, number of elements in B is 15, the number of elements in A intersect B is 6. Then the number of elements in A union B is
23.
C, 23. We have seen this question, or different versions of this question, appear in each paper thus far. Okay, hold on, let me just fix this so that I straight clearly when I send it to you. All right. Item 11 refers to the Venn diagram. The shaded region is A, P complement. A, okay. I wasn't given the answer. I was just going to read the options. But the answer is A, because everything except P is shaded. So that would mean P complement. The 30 students in Teacher May's class have either a dog, a cat, or neither of the two. 16 has a dog, 12 has a cat, and the remaining has neither a dog nor a cat. Which Venn diagram represents this information?
C.
D.
This question has appeared in every paper so far. Hopefully tomorrow it comes, so we know we have a sure correct. This question, at a bank, EC $2.60 is equivalent to $1 US. For every US, was the answer? C. The only difference is instead of it being they're trying to exchange 1,000 US, they are now exchanging 100. So you'll see the little change that they made. All right. If $7,000 is borrowed at a 5% rate per annum for 3 years, what is the simple interest?
A.
D.
D.
Yes, sorry, D.
A dress cost $180 is being sold at a 10% discount. The discount amount is
C.
C.
they just noticed same question, but 10 was just left off. All right. An article was bought for $125, but was sold for $175. The profit percentage of the cost price was
B as in boy.
B as in boy, 40. Lovely. So it would be the price difference, which is 50 over 125, and you find the percentage. All right. The value of a plot of land is $18,000. The land tax is charged at a rate of 70 cents per 100. What is the total amount of tax for the land? Anybody?
C.
C is the answer. Does everybody know how we got C?
No, miss.
No? So work it out. Sure, no problem. So let us read what they gave us. They gave us the price of the land. Right? We have the price of the land, that's 18,000. then they are telling us that it is being taxed at 70 cents per $100, right? So the first thing we need to figure out, or the first thing that we need to work out, the first thing that we need to write is how many $100 we are being taxed for. So if it is 18,000, that would mean that we are being taxed 180 units, right? Because we have 180 $100, right? Units of $100. So then what we're going to do, we're going to multiply the 180 by 0.70. Right? And we get 126. Cool? All right. If the simple interest on $900 for 3 years is $108, what is the rate? So the same question, but they changed it a bit. They are now asking us for the rate. So to find the rate, it is interest by 100 over the principal by the time. So that would be 108 multiplied by 100 over 900 multiplied by 3. Cancel my zeros. 9 into 9, 1. Yes, 9 into 108, 12. 3 into 3, 1. 3 into 12, 4. So it is 4%. At the end of each year, at the end of any year, a car is worth 5% less than what it was worth at the beginning of the year. If a car is worth $9,500 in December of 2016, then its value in January 2016 was
B.
B.
B is correct. Ouch. A man's regular pay is $3 per hour for up to 40 hours. Overtime is paid twice that amount. If he is paid $216, how many hours overtime did he work?
B as in boy.
B as in boy. That is correct. So again, this question, we did it before. They just changed the values on each paper. Number 21, 1 over 5x plus 2 over 3x is equal to
D.
D. Without having to work anything out, we just found the LCM of 3x and 5x, which would be 15x to give us our answer. 22, 7 times the product of two numbers, A and B, may be written as
A.
A. What is the value of x squared plus 3y over xy if x is 4 and y is 2?
C.
D.
D.
Lovely. If 5 open brackets 2 minus 1 is equal to 35, then x is
D.
Thank you. John has X marbles and Max has twice the amount of marbles as John. Max gives John five of his marbles. How many marbles does John have?
B.
No, B.
B.
Yes.
B.
If A is equal to 3 and AB is equal to 6, then A squared subtract B squared is
D as in dog.
It's subtracting, not adding. So if A is 3 and AB is 6, B would be how much?
2.
2, right? So 3 squared subtract 2 squared would give us
5.
C.
What is the order of matrix A?
C.
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 3 rows, 4 columns. Lovely. The determinant of the identity matrix is
A.
A1. If vector P and Q are 3, 2, and -1, 4, respectively, then P subtract 2Q is
D as in dog.
D as in dog. That is correct. So the first thing that we would have had to do was multiply Q by 2. Do I need to work this out or are we okay?
We good.
Right,
Let's work it out.
work it out. First thing we would have had to do was multiply. So we have 3, 2, that's P, subtract 2Q. So 2 by -1 is -2, and 2 by 4 is 8. 3 subtract -2 would give me 5. 2 subtract 8 would give me -6. Item 30 refers to the diagram of the triangle OLM in which R is the midpoint of OL and T is the midpoint of OM. OR is A and OT is equal to B. RM expressed in terms of A and B. A, 2B minus A. Because we're starting at R and going to O, that would be -A. And then OT is B. And TM is B as well. So that's 2B minus A. Given that 1 milliliter is equal to 1/1000 meters, 2500 milliliters in
B.
meters is
B.
B.
B. Lovely. How many kilograms are there in 1 ton?
C.
C. There are 1000 kilograms in a ton. Number 33, they want us to find the area of the trapezium. So we did 2 trapezium questions before. So someone tell me the area, please. This time they didn't give us the area and ask us to find the height. So we know it's half of A plus B multiplied by H. The answer is Anybody?
B.
B. If we look at the values, these were the same values of the question, the last paper we did, where we had to find H. The area was 65, A and B was still 8 and 18, and our answer was 5. How many guests are at the party for number 34?
Yes,
50.
please.
50, thank you. What is the area of this triangle if the perimeter is 56?
196.
Thank you. So these are our repeat questions we just passing through. Right. The circumference of a circle is 154 centimeters. Given that pi is equal to 22/7, the diameter of the circle is?
B as in boy.
B as in boy.
C.
C. Do I need to work this out?
Yes, please.
Miss, I had just remembered from Cohen's from our website.
All right, so let me work it out. So they're telling us they want us to find the diameter. They don't want us to find the radius. So therefore, the formula is just pi d, right? So they are telling us that it's 154 is equal to 22/7d. So what I have to do is, we have a denominator. How do we get rid of our denominator? We multiply by it on both sides. So let's multiply by 7 on both sides. It will cancel here. 7 by 154, 1078 is equal to 22d. Because we are trying to find d, we have to divide both sides by 22. We get 49. Okay? Take what you know and work backwards till you find what you're looking for. Item 37 refers to the diagram that consists of a triangle resting on a square with sides 7. If the total area of the diagram is 63 centimeters, what is the value of h, the height of the triangle? Same question, same numbers, but we're finding something else. So let's work it out. If it's a square, then its area is going to be 49 centimeters squared. Right? We need to find the height of this triangle. So therefore, we're going to use the area of the triangle. So firstly, we need to find out the area. So that's 63 subtract 49, which is going to give us 14, right? We know the area of a triangle is half base by height. So the area is 14, would be equal to half 7 by the height, multiply by 2 to get rid of that denominator. It will cancel here. 28 is equal to 7h. Divide by 7 on both sides. Our answer is 4 centimeters. Can we see that? In the last question, we had to find, was it the side of the triangle? Or was it the base of the triangle? They gave us the height. Right? Same procedure, we just finding something else. All right, number 38. On leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch was 2300 hours. When he arrived at his destination in the same time zone, the time on his watch showed 300 hours. How many hours did the flight take?
4.
4 hours. So our answer is A. Right? All we had to do was count the time. Ms. Clark arranged the 15 test scores of her students in order of size and selected the 8th score for reporting purposes. Which of the following statistical measures did Ms. Clark obtain?
D.
D, the median. Right? She put them in order and then she took the score that was in the middle. All right. Item 40 and 41 refers to the diagram which shows the cumulative frequency curve based on the marks of 200 students who took a driving test. The median mark of the 200 students. So again, find the middle, which is 100 out of the 200. Come across, touch your graph. Oh gosh, hold on. I need to move it so that we'll be able to see properly. Hold on. Right. Come across, touch your graph, and then come down. Right? So we're seeing where it's looking like it would be. Let's see what our options were. Based off of our options, our answer is B. Because it wasn't 40 and it wasn't 30. It definitely was not 100. All right, the highest mark on this test was, so let us go back up and look at our curve. First of all, we do even need to look at our curve. What was the highest score on the, what was the highest mark on the test? Look at marks. What is the highest mark? 60.
B.
B, 60, yeah. That is the highest mark. The marks are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. In our box, there are 8 red, 7 blue, and 6 green marbles. One marble is picked up randomly. What is the probability that it is neither blue nor green?
A.
A.
A. Item 43 refers to the pie chart, which shows the popular games played by 720 students. How many people play cricket? From memory.
252.
Yep. All right. Item 44 refers to the following two-way table, which shows the mode of transportation to school on a particular day for a group of 200 students. Number 44, a male student is picked at random from the group. What is the probability that he does not walk on that day? I'll show you all the answers. So he did not walk. Anybody?
C.
C. That is correct.
How?
How? If he didn't work, what are his other options? Huh? If he did not walk. If as a male, he didn't walk.
Miss Welland is either he take a taxi or a bus.
Right. So if we're thinking that this man, this male person did not walk, then he would have either take a taxi or the bus, right? But we're not just studying, because if we put 80 over the 200, that would be incorrect. So if we find the probability that the person walked, then the opposite would have been not walk, right? Like Nadim?
We ask?
What I asked was, if it is we calculating, okay, so let me do the calculations for you, right? We're looking at male students that did not walk. The total amount of male was 108. So if he did not walk, we only catering for, subtract 28, we only catering for 80 males. Right? So 80 over the 108 would break down. If we say 4 into this is 20, 4 into this, 27. C is the correct answer. That is how we got C. Because they said that a male student is picked at random. What is the probability that he didn't walk? So they're not talking about out of the entire group, a male that did not walk. They specifically went and targeted the male students, which is different from the question before where they asked, where they worded the question differently. So we need to look at the wording, okay? The point where a linear function crosses the horizontal axis is the questions before were asking for the vertical axis. The horizontal axis would be the what?
B.
B.
Excellent. Lovely. The equation of the line that passes through the point 0.5 and has a gradient of 4. Y is equal to 4x plus 5. Yes. C. Which of the following represents a linear function?
A.
A.
What is the coordinates of the turning point of the function?
D.
Which one?
D. As
D?
in dog.
D as in ball or D as in dog?
Dog.
D.
Dog. Okay. 2, 4. Lovely. All right. A line L is parallel to the line 3x minus 7 minus 9 is equal to 0. What is the gradient of L?
C.
C. How you find that? C correct, but how? How we get C? Yeah, let me do it since you don't want to talk. So we need to firstly put this into the equation of a line format, right? So I want to move this. So I have 3x minus 9 is now equal to 7y. Because I want y to be equal to it, I am going to divide everything by 7. So I get y is equal to 3 over 7x minus 9 over 7. If the line is parallel, that means that their gradients are the same, right? So because that first line that we changed around the equation to is 3/7, the equation of the gradient for the parallel line would be 3/7 as well. So that's something to remember. Perpendicular lines, the gradient would be the negative reciprocal, and parallel lines, the gradient would be the same. Number 50, if g of x is 7x minus 3 over 5, g of negative 6 is?
Negative 9.
Negative 9. Right, we plug it in and we work it out. Which of the following best describes the function?
A.
E. Y is equal to x plus 3. The range of the function f of x is equal to x cubed for the domain -2, -1, 0, 1, 2 is
D.
D.
D. Item 53 refers to the diagram of a transformation. What transformation maps PQR onto Q prime, P prime, Q prime, R prime?
Reflection.
D. Reflection.
D.
All they would have done was change the direction the triangles were in from before. In which of the following polygons does the sum of the measure of the interior angles equal the sum of the measure of the exterior angles?
D.
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 Quadrilateral,
D.
both 360 degrees. Item 55 refers to the diagram of a straight line, y is equal to x. What is the image of the line y is equal to x when it is rotated anti-clockwise about the origin through a 90-degree angle?
D.
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 The question just flipped from the last paper that we did. All right. Item 56 refers to the diagram of a translation, A, B, that's one line, and A prime, B prime. They want to know in the diagram, the translation which maps AB, which AB is mapped onto A prime, B prime is represented by
2, 1.
2, 1.
B.
2, 1,
B.
B. That is correct. It moved 2 spaces to the right, 1 space up. 57. Item 57 refers to the following right-angled triangle, ABC. In
A.
C.
the triangle, I didn't even finish.
C.
C.
Whoever said A was correct. The question changed. The question changed from the last question. This is what I was saying. They would repeat the questions. However, you need to look at what they are asking you. They may not ask you the same thing all the time. Last question, they asked us for the length of AC. This time, they're asking us for the length of BC, which is the opposite, which is this line here. They want us to find this line. So therefore, it is going to be the opposite. So this is sine 30, the hypotenuse. A would be the answer. Be careful. Be careful. Okay, number 58. Refers to the following diagram of an enlargement. Who's
2.
C.
C? Thank you. A plane flying in the direction of 045 degrees.
B.
And it changes,
B.
thank you.
It's
B.
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 We subtract the degrees. Thank you. In a triangle, PQR, angle P is X and angle Q is 2X. What is the size of angle R?
D.
D. D.
Right? It is going to be 180 subtract 3X. Do you have any questions in this paper? Do I need to go over anything that we did?
No.
It's one more baby.
Huh? All right. Right, so we are going to look at January 2020's paper. First question, what percentage of 40 is 8?
B. B.
B, 20%. Two-thirds to the power of -2 is equal to
D.
D.
D. The square root of 17 squared subtract 15 squared.
8. C.
8. Yes, the answer is 8. The square root of 191 lies between which two values? C. (99) multiplied by 101 has the same value as
D as in dog.
D as in dog. There are 40 students in a class. Girls make up 60% of the class. 25% of the girls wear makeup. Sorry, glasses. Wow. How many girls in the class wear glasses?
6.
6. If the number of elements in A is equal to M, then the number of subsets of A can be expressed as
B.
A. Remember, it is 2 to the power of the number of elements in the set. So they told us that the number of elements in A is equal to M. So the number of subsets would be 2 to the power of M. Which of the following statements is describes the set of integers greater than -3 but less than 6?
D.
D. Right? Which of the following pairs of sets is an example of a disjoint set?
A.
A.
A. Right? It's a disjoint set. We have no overlapping at all. Given that set A is 1, 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, 15, and B is equal to 6, 9, 12, which of the following statements can be said?
A.
E.
A. This means that B is a subset of A. All of the elements of B can be found in A. All right? The 30 students in Teacher May's class have either a dog or a cat or none of the two. All of the students who have a cat also has a dog. If the number of students that has a cat is 12 and the number of students that have a cat is, no, the number of students that have a cat is 12 and the number of students that have a dog is 16, which of the following Venn diagrams below correctly represents the information?
D.
D. All of the people that have a cat have a dog. Right? So that would mean that the number of cats would be inside the set for dogs. Okay? Same question, but they brought it a bit different this time. In which of the following Venn diagrams is the region A intersect B complement shaded?
C.
That is
C.
it. Mm-mm.
Miss D.
Mm-mm. So it's not C, it's not D.
B.
It is
Is B.
A intersect B complement. That is what is not in B. Notice the overlap is not shaded.
Yes.
Because that is the intersection.
Miss, I just want you to know that I did eeny, meeny, miny, mo for that, and it landed on B, and it was correct.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo does not work all the time.
Yes, it does.
Hey, stop encouraging people. It does not work all of the time. Right. If EC $2.50 is equivalent to $1 US, then $20 EC would be equal to how many US dollars? $8 B. That is our answer. The simple interest on $600 for T years at 5% per annum is 120. The value of T is which one?
A.
A. The interest multiplied by 100 over the principal by the rate. Given that y varies directly as x, so we have a variation question for the first time for the night so far, and y is equal to 19 when x is equal to 152, which of the following equations represent the relationship between x and y?
C.
C.
Yeah.
That is correct. Do I need to work that out for anybody?
Yes.
Yes, nice.
Yes.
All right. So setting up the entire question, right? So we started with, they say that y varies directly as x. So that would mean that y is equal to kx. Then they said that when y is 19, x is 152. So if I were to find out what k was, I'd have to divide both sides by 152. So k would be equal to 19 over 152, which breaks down to 1/8. So basically what I'm saying is y is equal to 1/8 of x. Remember, when you're doing variation, always find for K. A man's annual salary is 45,000. His tax-free allowance total is 13,000. He has to pay a tax of 20% on his taxable income. The tax payable is, so we have to work this question in parts, right? Out of his 45,000, 13,000 is not being taxed, right? So that would mean that the other 32,000 is being taxed, and he pays 20% tax. So that would mean we find 20% of 32,000, which would give us
B.
B. Ooh. Trying to delete this. B. Right? We subtract his tax-free amount and then tax the rest. A man pays 60 cents for every 200 meters cubed of gas used, plus a fixed charge of $13.75. How much does he pay when he uses 55,000 meters cubed of gas?
A.
A. What we need to firstly find is what is his taxable amount. So we're going to divide that 55,000 by the 200, right? Then we're going to multiply that by 60 cents. So that is 0.60. When you're doing it on your writing it out, because you know we don't have any calculators, and then we add the $13.75. A car presently valued at 12,000 depreciates at a rate of 10% per annum. What would be the value of the car 1 year later?
A.
A. It would be 10% less than the 12,000. If you don't want to find the 10%, then subtract. You could have just found, work out 90% of the 12,000. Would have gotten the same answer. A dinner at a restaurant was advertised at $60 plus 18% tax. What is the total bill for the dinner?
B.
B. So we had to find how much was the tax and add it to the 60. A store offers a 10% discount, a discount of 10% to customers who spend more than $20. If a customer's bill is $80, what would he actually pay?
72.
72. $21. 4 over 5x plus 2 over 5x.
A.
A, because my denominators are the same. So I just add my numerators and keep the same denominator, right? All right, so we're trying to find the square root of m cubed subtract n squared when m is 5 and n is 2.
11.
11. All right, so given that, 3 open brackets x plus 1 subtract 2 open brackets x minus 1 is equal to 7. What is x? So we need to work this out. Firstly, we need to expand our brackets. Right, so 3 by x is 3x. 3 by 1 is 3. Negative 2 by negative 1 is 2 is equal to 7. Right, so we have 3x subtract 2x is x, negative 1, negative 3 plus 2 is negative 1 is equal to 7, x is 8. Okay? Everybody see how I got 8?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
I'm going to highlight it. Oh, hold on, wrong one. Right. Question 24. Negative 2q subtract 3q
Minus
minus q. The answer is C. If x is 4 and y is 2, then the value of x squared plus 3y over xy is
D.
D. D. Sorry. Yes, D. All right,
Miss,
this was a
you could do the walking for that for me, please.
sure. So x is 4, so we have 4 squared plus 3 by y over x by y. 4 squared is 16. 3 2s are 6 over 8. Right, so we get 22 over 8, which would be 2 and 6 over 8, which would break down to 2 and 3/4. Number 26, if P divided by 5 is equal to 20, then P is
20, right?
20 multiplied by 5. The answer is D. Item 27 refers to the vectors P and Q. So vector P is 3, 7, and vector Q is -2, 5. The vector P subtract Q is represented by
C.
C.
That is correct. Number 28. Item 28 refers to the diagram of the parallelogram in which EF is parallel to HG, E, Sorry. I let someone in and the screen jump. Right.
E.
EH. Oh, I didn't even finish read it. Yes, the answer is E.
Ma.
But let me finish read it still. EH is parallel to FG. EF is equal to K and EH is equal to M. We can see that in the diagram. We're trying to get EG in terms of K and M. So we are going to go EF and then FG. So that is K plus M. Even if you went the other way, E to H, that's M, H to G would be K because they are parallel, so there's the same vector. Number 29. 5 by XY is equal to 4 by 10, 20. What is X and Y?
D.
D?
B.
B as
B.
in boy.
B.
Oh, B as in, I hear D, sorry. B as in boy. Yes. Everybody know we got B? Silence means yes. Lovely. Item 30 refers to the following matrices A and B. They want us to find the product of matrix AB. Everybody knows how to multiply matrices. Do the working, please, and give
Yes,
me the
miss.
answer.
Miss, for number 29, how you get the answer?
How I get the answer? Just now, pause. How I get the answer? Okay. They are telling me that, all right, then. 5 XY is equal to 4 by 10, which is 40, and 4 by 20, which is 80, right? So if I were to divide by 5, 40 divided by 5 would give me 8. And 80 divided by 5 would give me 16. This is X, this is Y. We just worked it out. You seeing it?
Yes, miss.
Right, back to the multiplying the matrices question. Remember, we multiply row into column.
Mrs. C.
Is what? Which one?
C.
Check your signs. Check your signs. First row, second column, check your signs. Anybody have an answer?
A.
A. Right, the only difference between A and C was this value here. Hence I said, check your signs. It would have been 3 plus negative 15, which would have given you negative 12. The volume of a cube whose edge is 6 centimeters long.
D.
D. Right? The volume of a cube is side cubed, so we're multiplying 6 by 6, which is 36, multiplied by 6, which would give us 216. If a speedboat took 9 hours to travel a distance of 1,080 kilometers, what was the average speed?
C.
C. That is correct. Right? To find speed, distance, divided by time. 2,500 milliliters expressed in meters is
B. 2.5.
2.5. It's a repeat question, except they didn't give us the unit conversion here. An aircraft leaves A at 1600 hours and arrives at B at 1930 hours, traveling on an average speed of 550 kilometers per hour. A and B are in the same time zone. What is the distance between A and B in kilometers?
This would be 3.5 by 550.
3.5. Just now, let me see. Yeah, so it'll be 3.5 hours was the time, and we multiplying that by the speed.
B.
D.
B.
In a rectangular garden plot, 15 meters long and 12 meters wide, an area of 80 meters squared is used for a vegetable garden. What area of the plot is not used for the vegetables gardening? So we need to find the area of the whole rectangular garden plot, right? And we know how to find area of a rectangle, multiply length by width. Then they said they're using 80, so the answer is 100, because the area of the entire plot would have been 180. Subtract what they said they're using, the unused part is 100. The distance of a lake is 8 kilometers. On a map, the distance around the lake, the distance around the lake is 8 kilometers. On a map, the distance around the lake is represented by 2 centimeters. The scale of the map is
D.
D. First thing we need to think about is how many centimeters are there in a kilometer to know which of the, before we work out anything, to see which of the answers makes more sense. Right? I think there are 100. Yes. Yes, D is the answer. Item 37 refers to the following diagram not drawn to scale, which shows a cuboid. The volume of the cuboid is 320 centimeters cubed, and the height is 5 centimeters cubed. If the cuboid has a square base, then what is the length of one side?
Is it 64? 16?
I'm feeling like you're guessing.
No, can I try to read this way of telling language?
I'm feeling like you're guessing. It's not 16. All right, let me think about it. How we just find the volume of a cube?
Area by, no, side by side by side.
Length by width by height. Right? They told us the height, but they also told us that also told us that the bases are square. So that means two of the sides are the same. Right? So just now, give me a second, please. I can't find the pen. All right, so I can't find the pen, apparently. Okay, found it. Right. So let's think of the volume of a cuboid. It's length by width by height. They told us that the volume is 320. We don't know the length, we don't know the width, but we know the height is 5. Right? So since we're multiplying, let us get rid of this 5. So that means we'd have to divide on both sides by 5, right? 320 divided by 5 is 64. So that would be equal to the length by the width. They also mentioned that the base is a square. So that would mean the length and the width would be the same. So if you find the square root of 64, our answer is A. Work backwards, multiply it out. 5 by 8 by 8 would give us 320. Number 38. A square has the same area as a rectangle with sides length 9 and 16. What is the length of one side of the square?
12.
All right, so 12. So to work it out, the first thing we'd have to do is find the area of the rectangle by multiplying 9 by 16. When we get the answer, find the square root, that would give us the side of the square. The median of the numbers below is
C.
C. Right, so when we find any value in the middle of the data set. Item 40 refers to the frequency table, which shows the time taken by 20 students to solve a math problem. The lower class boundary of the interval 3 to 5 is
B.
B. So when we are talking about a class interval and its lower class boundary or upper class boundary, remember that the lower class boundary is 0.5 less and the upper class boundary is 0.5 more. So if we're looking at the interval 3, 5, 0.5 less would be 2.5. Right. Item 41 refers to the following table, which shows the frequency of scores obtained by students in a test. The modal score is
A.
A, right? Remember, we are looking for the score with the highest frequency. The highest frequency, the number of students is 12, that is 8. The median mark.
37.5.
What's the answer?
37.5.
Oh, you know that.
I did this paper like a couple hours ago.
Okay, that's the answer. But for those of us that didn't know, the median, we come by the 100, we come across, touch the line, and we come down, right? We make
Also,
an estimate.
it's a repeated question.
It's a repeated question. Yes, it is. Item 43 refers to the bar chart, which shows the ages of children who took part in a survey. How many children took part in this survey?
B 15.
B 15. All we had to do was add up the values, right? Right. 600 students write an examination. The probability of a randomly selected student failing the examination is 1/5. How many students are expected to pass?
480.
480.
All right, item 45 refers to the mapping diagram.
Many to 1.
Many to
Many to 1. C, that is correct. Item 46 refers to the arrow diagram. The arrow diagram above best describes the relation.
X is a factor, right?
X is a factor of Y. That is correct. Let's look at it. 2 is a factor of 8 and 10. 3 is a factor of 9, and 4 is a factor of 8. Which of the following line graphs represents X is greater than -2, but less than or equal to 4?
The answer would be C, but it's not shaded properly. So
It's not shaded properly. Wait. The answer would be D. Let me zoom in for us to see. So if we look at it properly, it's kind of weird way. Look at D compared to C. In D, this dot makes it seem as if the circle is closed, right? And if you look at this circle, it looks open. Or at least to me. So it has to have an open circle at -2, but a closed circle at 4. Need to zoom in again. The maximum point, hold on, trying for you all to see the graph properly. Item 48 refers to the following graph of a quadratic function. The maximum point on the graph is
C.
C.
right. And then they're asking us the values of X at the point where Y is equal to 4x minus x squared intersects Y is equal to 0 are, meaning what are the roots? Where is this graph cutting the x-axis?
0 and 4.
0 and 4.
0 and 4, so our answer is A. Which of the following represents the equation of a straight line?
B.
B.
Which of the following sets is represented by the function f of x is equal to x squared plus 3, where elements of x are 0, 1, 2, 3.
D.
D.
D as in dog.
D as in dog. 0 squared is 0 plus 3 is 3. 1 squared is 1 plus 3 is 4. Right? 2 squared is 4 plus 3 is 7. So that's 2, 7. 3 squared is 9 plus 3 is 12. So when x is 0, y is 3. When x is 1, y is 4. When x is 2, y is 7. When x is 3, y is 12. A line L is parallel to the line 2x minus 5y subtract 8 is equal to 0. What is the gradient of the line L?
C.
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 Yes, 2/5. Item 53 refers to the diagram which shows a translation. In the diagram, the translation by which maps A, which A is mapped onto A prime, B prime is represented by, so we're looking,
Boy.
B.
B as in boy, 2, 1, meaning we went 2 spaces to the right, 1 space up. Number 54. Item 54 refers to the following diagram. In the diagram, PQ and RS are parallel. Which of the following best describes the relations between P and Q?
A.
A.
They are equal. All right. A ship sailed 8 kilometers due east from A to B. It then sailed 6 kilometers north to C. Which of the following best represents the path of the ship? So look at A. So I'll scroll down for you all to see all of the same one by one, okay? A, B, C, and D. C. The ship went east 8 kilometers from A to B. Then it went north 6 kilometers from B to C. All right. 56. All right. In each of the following diagrams, O A prime is the image of OA. Which of the diagrams shows a reflection in the y-axis? So look at A. Remember, we're looking for reflection in the y-axis, right? B, C, and D.
B.
Which of those?
Boy.
B as in boy. Right? reflection in the y-axis would mean that my y-axis is my mirror line. In triangle ABC, angle A is x and angle B is 2x. What is the size of angle C?
D.
D. Item 54 refers to the diagram which shows an enlargement. In the diagram, triangle ABC is mapped onto a triangle A prime, B prime, C prime, where the origin is the center of enlargement. What is the scale factor of enlargement?
2. D.
D. Right? It is twice the size. Item 59 refers to the pair of similar triangles. So we are trying to find the length of MO in centimeters. Look at our two triangles.
3.5.
3.5, thank you. Item 60 refers to the right angle triangle. Which trigonometric ratio represents is equal to 4/8?
Sine.
A.
Sine x.
A.
You're sure?
Yes.
Yes, that's the answer. All right, so another paper completed. How are we feeling?
Ready-ish.
We good.
I
This
feel
paper,
normal.
you're feeling?
Normal.
Okay. This paper had less repeated questions, but we still saw a few. All right. And even with the new questions, you all did well. So get some water. You'll have 5 minutes and we'll look at one more paper. Okay. And we are looking at May 2028.
What the hell?
What happened? Are you ready? First question, the number 3.14063 written correct to 3 decimal places is?
B as in boy.
B as in boy. What percentage of 40 is 8?
20%.
20%. And this is a repeat question. We've seen it a lot already. Using the distributive property, 49 multiplied by 17 plus 49 multiplied by 3 is equal to?
A.
A.
No.
The next term in the sequence?
C.
C, okay. 0.45 written as a fraction in its simplest form is?
A.
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 Lovely. Right. A certain amount of money is shared in the ratio 2 to 3 to 9. If the difference between the first and second shares is $40, what is the total amount of money shared? How much was shared? How do we find how much was shared?
Fine for one.
Finding for one. But we don't
1
necessarily
is
need
40.
1 is 40. It is there. because the difference between the first and second share is 1,
So
right?
40 by all the shares.
So 40 by the total amount of shares, which is
360.
14 shares.
14 shares.
D.
So 14 multiplied by 40 is D. Which of the following sets is equivalent to the set A, B, C, D? Do we know what that
C.
C? Right. Same number of elements. Item 8 refers to the Venn diagram. The shaded region represents
D.
D.
A.
Not A,
A.
Why is it A instead of the others?
because A not shit, wait, that's funny.
Miss
Because
Peggy flag thing like forget the name.
the
They say
first
Q.
is complement. So
Yeah.
that means everything except P, everything that is not in P. That is why the entire set P is not shaded, right? P complement everything else but that set. Okay? This question came already. Remember what the complement is. Right. Item 9. Item 9 refers to the Venn diagram. In the Venn diagram, U is the students who play games, H, students who play hockey, V, students who play volleyball. The number of students in each set is shown. We can see that. How many students do not play volleyball?
C.
C.
8.
Look at the set properly. Which is
D.
it for?
D.
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 E.
D. Answer is 8. Let us look at the set together. In the set V, which is volleyball, we have 2 and 4. They want us to know how many students do not play volleyball, which meaning that they are not in that set V. So we have 5 and we have 3, which would give us 8. Okay? Look at this, look at the Venn diagram properly. Number 10, if set Q has the elements A, B, C, how many subsets can be obtained from set Q?
C.
C. Remember, it is 2 to the power of the number of elements, and there are 3 elements in the set. Item 11 refers to the information on the description of 3 sets. P is the set of prime numbers, Q is the set of odd numbers, and R is the set of even numbers.
D.
Which of the following sets is an empty set? Someone is saying D. We agree with D? Yes, we agree with D because Q intersect R, which is odd numbers intersect even numbers, is going to be empty. If P and Q are 2 sets where the number of elements in P union Q is 13 and the number of elements in P intersect Q is 16 and the number of elements in P is 9, how many do we have in Q?
E.
B.
Wait, miss, how do that working again?
How we do this working? Okay, let's Find the pen. Right. So let's read over what they give us. They're telling us that the union of the two sets has 13 elements, right? And the intersect of the two sets, so let me underline while I speak. Right. So the union of the two sets has 13, and the intersect of the two sets have 6. P has 9. How much does Q have? So we're trying to find for Q only, right? So we are going to say number of Q would be P, well, sorry, the number of elements in P subtract the number of elements in P intersect Q, right? So that is going to be 9 subtract 6 to give us 3. You all with me? And then if we know that out of that intersection in between P and Q, 6 elements they share, 3 of them are just for P alone. Well, Q alone. No, P alone. Sorry, this is P. 13 in total. 13 subtract 3, 10. This working will be different from the others that we did. This question is different. All right, a man's taxable income is 20,000. He pays tax at a rate of 28%. The amount of income tax he pays is, so what are we finding? We are finding 28% of the 20,000. Anybody has an answer for me? %.
Well, C.
Yes, the answer is C.
Miss B?
C. 28% of 20,000. So when you're working on screen, cross out of my zeros. So I am now multiplying 28 by 200. Bring down my 2 zeros. 28 by 2 is 56. My answer is C. Number 14, a man's basic wage for a 40-hour work week is $160. He is paid $5 per hour for overtime. If he works 6.5 hours overtime in a certain week, what is his wages?
D.
Which answer?
D.
D. All right. Do I need to do the working for this? Or are we okay on how we found D?
Yeah, miss.
All right. If TT $6 is equivalent to $1, then TT $15 in US dollars is
C to us.
C?
C, $2.50. Without even calculating. If $1 is 1 US is $6 TT, then 2 US would be $12 TT. Right? And then between 12 and 15, I have $3, so that'll be 50 cents. The annual interest rate on a 15-year mortgage on a house assessed at a value of 450,000 is 5 cents on every dollar. What is interest paid on the mortgage for the first year? Pick apart the question. For the first year alone, not the 15 years we're calculating for the first year, right? But we are also paying 5 cents on each dollar. That's the tax we're paying. How do we calculate that? Anybody?
I don't know, miss.
Yes, we're going to divide
So we have to take our amount that we're paying, because we're paying on every dollar. So we are paying for each dollar of this $450,000 house, we are paying 5 cents. This is what we're multiplying. Right? We are multiplying that 450,000 by that 5 cents. Do we know how to, when we multiply it? So someone multiply it and tell me the answer.
B.
B. Right? In the previous question, they would have given us how much we were paying on each 100, things like that. So read your questions carefully. In this question, we are paying on 5 cents on every dollar. So for every dollar, we have to multiply it by the 5 cents. Okay, remember I told you all that this section, we need to read the questions carefully. Number 17, Mary invested $200 for 5 years at 5% per annum. John invested $500 at the same rate. If they both received the same amount of money in simple interest, how many years did John invest his money? So this would be a two-part working question. We need to find out, firstly, what is the interest? And then use that interest amount to calculate the time for John. So let's calculate the interest using Mary's information. So we know that our interest is principal by rate by time over 100. So that's 200 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 5 over 100. Our interest is $50, right? So now let's calculate his time. So we know that the time is interest by 100 over principal by rate. So my interest is 50 multiplied by 100 over, he invested 500 at the same rate. So we're just canceling out, and he invested for 2 years to get the same amount of money. Are we okay?
Yeah.
All right, number 18. A salesman sells a car at 11,000. He is paid a commission of 4.5% for the first 10,000 and 7.5% for the remainder. The commission he receives is, so you're working, this is also a two-part working question. We need to work out his commission on the first 10,000 and then add the commission on the remaining, 1,000 at 7.5% to give us so we have 10,000, the first 10,000 at 4.5%. That would give us $450, right? And then we have the remaining 1,000 at 7.5%, which would give us $75. And then when we add it, we get $525. So his answer is B. Can you all see that? You all were calculating percentages so quickly just now. You all tired? A television set costs $350 cash. When bought on hire purchase, a deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30. How much is saved by paying cash?
$45.
$45. B. All right. Mr. Jones bought a car for $64,000. The car depreciates by 20% in the first year and 10% each following year. What is the value of the car at the end of the second year? This is also a two-part question. Anybody have an answer for me? Let me give you all time to work it out. Sorry. Work it out and then let me know if you all have an answer for me.
C.
C. Thank you. That is correct. So what we had to do, we had to find the value of the car after it depreciated for the first year. Right? It depreciated by 20%. So we could have found 80% of that 64,000 and then use that answer to find the 10% that it would have gone down by and subtract. Okay? So subtract, to find the first part, we could have also found 20% of the 64,000, then subtract it, then find the 10% again. So we had to find percentage twice. Number 21. What is my answer?
D.
D. right? A repeat question. Remember, when our denominators are different, we find the LCM, even when it is in terms of x. Number 22. X is equal to
4.
4D.
Thank
D.
you. Number 23. 3x squared multiplied by 2x cubed is equal to
A.
A.
A. Yes, we multiply 3 by 2, and then we add our powers to get 5. Sorry. Number 24. Which of the following can define A and B? So we're going to work it, you're going to work it out. Remember how we work it out.
D as in dog.
D as in dog. Right, so we did this substitution, and we need to find which one works for both. Number 25. When 8 is subtracted from a certain number and the result is multiplied by 3, the answer is 21. What is the original number?
1.
1? Mm-mm.
I don't know. Tell me.
No. If 8 is subtracted from the number,
D as in dog.
yes, and then that result is multiplied by 3. All right. If x is -2 and y is 3 and t is equal to 2, we need to work it out. So let's do the substitution. We have -2 over 3 to the power of 2. What is my answer? B. Right? So do the substitution in order to figure out your answer. Item 27 and 28 refers to the two matrices P and Q. Number 27, what is the order of matrix Q?
A.
A. Thank you. It's a 3 by 4 matrix. 3 rows going across, 4 columns coming down. The determinant of P is
Miss 27 and 28 linked.
yeah. So you're using matrix P.
Yeah, miss. The kind of highlight color thing blocking me from seeing.
Oh, sorry.
-2.
-2. I don't know how to move that. Right. -2, that is B. All right. If the vectors P and Q are 3, 2, and -1, 4, respectively, then P subtract 2Q is P is 3, 2, and we have to subtract 2Q. So that's 2 multiplied by -1, which will give me -2, and 2 multiplied by 4, which would give me 8. When we work it out, my answer is going to be
5 negative 6.
A.
So that is A. Lovely. Item 30 refers to the parallelogram WXYZ. In the parallelogram, R is the midpoint of XY. Based on the information above, ZR would be equal to, take this off. If I want to go from Z to R, which of those would work?
Miss A.
A?
Yeah.
Correct. A is correct. Can everybody see how we get A?
No, miss.
All right. Let me get my pointer. Because it's a parallelogram, right? If we look at our answers, they didn't give us, they told us that R is the midpoint of XY. But in our answers, we don't have any midpoint of XY. You see that?
Yes,
What we
miss.
see, the midpoint is half. So we are seeing half of WZ. Because they are parallel, they will be equal. So XY would be equal to WZ. Remember, if we're going the opposite direction, it will be negative. So let us go where we would usually pass. If we were doing it, we would have gone ZW and then YR, right? In this case, that we can't go that way because they didn't give us those options. So we are now using the parallel sides, which would be ZW is the same as WX, right? So WX, and then because we are going Y to R, that is negative. So it's subtract half of WZ. So remember, in a parallelogram, the parallel sides are always equal, and that is what they played on in this question. If you were to write it out, you would have gone hair and then half of hair. Because they are using the parallel sides, we have to use these letters. Okay?
Okay, miss. Thank you.
No problem. Item 31 refers to the diagram of a square and a rectangle. Square A has sides of 12 and 12, and rectangle B has sides of 9 and 16. Which of the following statements is true about the perimeter of the square and the rectangle? Perimeter, not area.
Perimeter A is less than perimeter B.
Perimeter, repeat it. Repeat your answer for me, please, love.
Perimeter A is less than perimeter B.
Perimeter A is less than perimeter B, which would mean that D is my answer. We all agree with that, right? (3,800 milliliters expressed in meters is
B.
B. 3.8. We looked at this question with different values before. the circular distance, the distance around the edge of a circular pond is 88 meters. The radius in meters would be
C.
D.
Wait, Miss, how?
I'll come in. All right. So let's think the circumference of a circle. Right? That is the distance around. So the circumference of a circle is 2 pi r. Right? They are telling us that the circumference is 88. So 88 would be equal to same 2 pi r. If they want us to find the radius, I am now going to divide both sides by 2 pi. So my radius is equal to 88 over 2 pi.
Okay.
Item 34 refers to the following figure, which shows a triangle resting on a square. The length of one side of the square is 5 centimeters and the height of the triangle is 4 centimeters. What is the total area? So we're going to have to find the area of the triangle and then find the area of the square and add them.
A.
A. Thank you. The area of the square would be 25 and the area of the triangle would be 10. I need to move this in order for you all to see the question. The volume in centimeters cubed of a cube with an edge of 3 centimeters. How do we find the volume of a cube? C, thank you. The area of a rectangle is 53.6 centimeters squared. If the length is multiplied by 4 and the width is halved, then the area would be
C.
C.
Miss, do the work in for that for me, please.
Do the work in, sure, no problem.
Thanks.
All right. So we have a rectangle. Okay. So we have a rectangle. Hold on. Right. So we know that first thing first, the area of a rectangle is length by breadth, right? So whatever was my length by my breadth, that is equal to 53.6 centimeters cubed. Then they said that my length is multiplied by 4. And my width, sorry, I have a B. And my width is halved, right? Okay? So therefore, if I were to work this out, so I'm going to do some cancellation, right? 2 into 2, 1, 2 into 4, 2. So I have 2 times the length times the width, which would give me 2 times the original area, which works out to the 107.2.
Miss, where get the 41 from?
No, that's L.
Oh,
That's
oh.
because they told us that the length is multiplied by 4. So L by 4 would be 4L. And then the width is half. So that's why I have the W divided by 2. Seeing it?
Yeah.
On leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch is 2300 hours when he arrives at his destination in the same time zone. On the next day, his watch shows 300 hours. How many hours did the flight take?
Four hours.
4 hours. My answer is A. Item 38 refers to the diagram of a trapezium. Calculate its area. This is a repeat question. Remember how we find the area of a trapezium? We have
65.
half, yes, A plus B multiplied by H, right? Where this is our A and this is our B and this is our H. Someone said the answer is 65 and that is correct. Items 39 and 40 refer to the histograph, which shows the number of children aged 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 who took part in a survey. What is the modal age?
C.
C, 7. How many students took part in the survey?
B.
B, 15. Right, we add up the values. 3 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1. Number 41, what is the median of those numbers?
B.
B.
A.
When 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, the possible outcomes are, well, H is heads, T is tails, right? So we're seeing the outcomes. They want us to find what is the probability of randomly obtaining at least 2 heads. So look at our outcomes and see how many we have where we have at least 2 heads. Put it over
Half.
the total and give me the
Miss.
answer. Yes, love?
I don't get that.
You don't get it? Okay. All right. So they want us to find the probability that we get at least 2 heads. So we can get 2 heads or more. So let us select the options where we got 2 heads or more, right? So that's this one, 2, 3, 4. Those are the 4 that has at least 2 heads, right? So those are the 4 outcomes that we could have possibly gotten out of the total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 outcomes. So when you're finding probability, always remember is the number of expected outcomes, which in this case is 4 because we are looking at the results and we have 4 of them that has at least 2 heads, right? One has 3, the other one has 2, well, the other 3 has 2 heads, 3 heads, 2 heads each, sorry. So 4 times out of the 8 tosses, we had 2 heads appearing. So when we break this down, we get
1/2.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is C. So if a question possibly comes like this tomorrow, please God, read what they're asking you for properly. They said at least 2 heads, so it can be 2 or more. And that's why I would have underlined the ones that had 2 or more H's in the results. 600 students write an examination. The probability of a randomly selected student failing the exam is 1/5. How many students are expected to pass?
B.
B, 480 students. Right, another repeat question that was. All right. Item 44 refers to the following diagram, which shows a cumulative frequency polygon of the length in meters of 20 fish that are caught by 2 fishermen. They want us to find the interquartile range of the lengths of the fish, sorry. All right, firstly, before we begin solving anything, what is the interquartile range? How do I find interquartile range? Anybody? How do I find it? Nobody?
Isn't it half of the total number?
Mm-mm.
It's not 3/4 minus a quarter, like
Right.
3/4
Okay.
frequency minus a quarter frequency.
Right. So quartile 3 subtract quartile 1, right? So that's 3/4. And this will be 1/4. All right, but what does that mean for my graph? How do I calculate that? If it's 20 meters and I need to find 3/4 of 20, where am I looking at?
15.
15. So, okay. So my first step would be to find 15 in the cumulative frequency, come across, touch my graph, and then come, oh gosh, my line crooked, sorry. And then come down. Right? And this value would be the length that I'm about to subtract, right? So let's figure out what that value is. If I have, so let me zoom in. So we know it's between 3 and 4, but it's going to be 3 point how much?
7.
7, yeah. 3.7.
I was saying 3.7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go with what you're saying. 3.7. And then we need to do the same thing for Q1.
5.
5. Lovely. So find 5. We draw in our line, touch our graph, and then come down. What we have? 1 point how much?
1.2.
1.2.
So it will be 2.5 C.
Right? So 2.5, and our answer is C. Everybody okay?
Yeah, miss.
All right. Number 45, which of the following best illustrates a function?
C.
Mm-mm. If we are looking at something that deep, in order for it to be considered a function, it can only be mapped onto one. It can only go one place. So if you look at A, the second one is going 2 places, definitely not a function. B, third one, also 2 places, not a function. C, second one going 3 places, no. But D, each element of the first circle is mapped onto only one in the second circle, making that the best illustration of a function. All right?
Yeah.
The equation of the line that passes through the point 0, 5 and has a gradient of 4.
C.
C. Right? Because the equation of a line is y is equal to mx plus c, where m is the gradient. Item 47 refers to the diagram of a number line. The graph of the inequality in the diagram is defined by, we have an open circle and the arrow pointing to the left. What is that?
Less than
X is less than how much?
1.
1.
Right, X is less than 1. So my answer is A. Right. Item 48 refers to the straight line graph. They want us to find the gradient of AB. Remember, gradient is rise over run. Gradient, rise over run. So what is my rise? How much am I going up from A to B? 2.
G.
And my run, how much am I going across? I'm going across 4. Break that down, my gradient is a half. Can you all see that? This is my rise. And this is my run. Okay? It went up 2 spaces, went across 4. My answer is D. (49). If f of x is equal to 2x squared minus 1, then f of negative 3 would be equal to, so we're substituting here. Wherever I see x in the function, I am replacing it with negative 3. So I have 2, open brackets, negative 3 squared minus 1. So that's 2 by 9 minus 1.
18.
18 subtract 1 is 17. My answer is C. All right. Item 50 refers to the graph of a quadratic function. They want us to state the maximum point on the graph. Maximum
D.
point on the graph. D.
D.
Thank you.
D.
2, 4. Thank you. What is the gradient of the straight line? 2y is equal to negative 3x subtract 8. 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 2y is e
A.
What's the equation of a line number? Don't I need to divide by 2?
B.
B.
Thank you. Item 52 refers to the following arrow diagram, which shows a function f. Which of the following best describes the function? What is the relationship between x and y?
A.
Thank you. Each exterior angle of a regular polygon is 60 degrees.
Okay.
Then the polygon is A.
Hexagon. C.
C. That is correct. Remember, the sum of the external angles are 360 degrees. So if we were to work it out, let's think about it, and we had to multiply the amount of sides by 60 for each of them, whichever one gave us 360 degrees would be our answer, which is 6 by 60 is 360. We okay? Yes. Item 54 refers to the following diagram. In the diagram, A, B, and C, D are parallel. Which of the following best describes the relationship between x and y?
Miss A.
A, they are equal. Item 55 refers to the diagram of an isosceles triangle. In the triangle, the value of x is
120.
120. Thank you. Add the two angles that we know, we get 60 subtracted from 180, 120 degrees. The image of a point P under the translation 3, 4 is so if I'm at 2, 3, and I am moving this point 3 spaces right and 4 spaces up, where would I end up?
A.
We're now multiplying, we're moving the point. If I, okay, so
Miss
let me
B.
nope.
C.
D. E.
Yes, D, but D. So look at this. I'm doing a makeshift thing here. This is 0, -1, -2. 1, 2, 3, all right, 4. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and my first point is at -2, 3. So that's here, right? That's P. And I am moving P 3 places to the right. So that's 1, 2, 3. So now I'm somewhere here. So I know that definitely it is going to be 1 on the X. And then I need to move 4 places up. So from here I go 1, 2, 3, 4. I am now here at 1, 7. Can you all see that?
Yes, miss.
Right? Someone would have multiplied just now to give me the answer. Don't multiply, add. Right? If we were to add 2, -2 and 3, we would have gotten 1. If we were to add 3 and 4, we would have gotten 7. Item 57 refers to the following diagram of two straight lines. In the diagram above, the line CD is the image of AB. All right. After, what happened? What happened to the line? Is it a rotation to 90 degrees? At the center, is it a reflection on the y-axis? Is it a translation or a reflection on the x-axis? What do we think it is?
A reflection in the y-axis.
A reflection in the y-axis. The answer is B. Item 58 refers to the pair of similar triangles. The area of triangle ABC is 20 centimeters. What would be the area of triangle MNO in centimeters squared?
10.
You sure?
2.5.
2.5.
3.3.
Well, let's just guess it now. The answer is 5. Why is the answer 5? Because when we are thinking similar triangles, so we can see that the scale factor is 2, right? The regular scale factor of the two triangles is 2, right? Yes? So the scale factor for area is going to be 2 squared, which is 4. So 20 divided by 4 is, if it was a shape where you were given volume, the scale factor for volume would have been the cube of the scale factor. Okay? Hence, they emphasized centimeters squared here. You're squaring the scale factor. All right, you all just noticed that the scale factor was 2 and you'll divide it by 2, the area by 2. That's not how it works. Item 59 refers to the diagram which shows an enlargement O, A prime, O, B prime, and O, C prime are straight lines. Triangle ABC is mapped onto triangle A prime, B prime, C prime by an enlargement with the center 0. What is the scale factor of enlargement?
2. C.
C. All right, and question 60 in the diagram. Item 60 refers to the diagram, the following diagram. The diagram above, not drawn to scale, shows the angle of depression of a point X from Z is 30 degrees. If X is 10 meters from Y, the height of YZ in meters is
A.
A. Everybody seeing how she got A?
No.
No? Okay. So if
Let's explain it.
yeah, I'm going to explain it. So if the angle of depression is 30 degrees here, that means that this angle here is also 30 degrees, right? We have a right angle triangle and we're trying to find this length. So this would be my opposite and this is my adjacent. So therefore, I am using tan of that 30 degrees is equal to my opposite over my adjacent. So if I am finding the opposite, it would be 10 by tan 30. Seeing it?
Miss, you could do over question 58.
Over question 58. Okay. So in question 58, we can see that between triangles A, B, C, and triangles M, N, O, the scale factor is 2, right? You see that?
Yeah, miss.
Right. So if the scale factor is 2, then that does not mean that the scale factor for the area of the triangles is 2. The scale factor for the area, so area scale factor, is the square, which is 2 squared, of, which is 4, right? So think of it as whatever your scale factor is, when you're thinking of the length, the regular triangle is 2. But for area, it is going to be 2 squared. So if it was 3, the area scale factor would have been 3 squared, which is 9, right? Because the triangle, the area of ABC is 20, to find the area of MNO, we are not dividing by the 2, we have to divide by the scale factor for area. So 20 divided by 4 would give us 5.
Okay, thanks, miss.
No problem.
Miss,
Yes, love?
the question paper, we will be able to work out the questions on it, or we are not
Like
allowed.
how are you writing up on the paper here?
Yeah.
Yeah, write on the paper. Yes, you can write on the paper. Do you all have any questions?
They said they didn't do 59 and 60.
Yes.
Really?
Where you was?
It's right here.
Look, 59. And I work out
Oh.
60.
Oh, okay.
Right. How are you all feeling? Are you all okay?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Miss, I'm not feeling confident.
Please.
I'm not feeling confident. But I'll get through.
Who said you're not feeling confident? Why are you not feeling confident? You want another paper? You want us to do another paper that will build your confidence?
No. Miss, I don't know. I just.
Come on.
I'll
Look
get
at
over it.
papers we did. Look at how many repeats there were. Even in the papers where it wasn't straight repeats, it was the same questions, kind of worded differently. You don't have anything to worry about.
Miss, you could do one more now.
What? One more?
Paper?
A whole paper? You're not tired? You don't want to go and sleep?
No.
She had enough sleep this morning.
Let's just send the solutions in the group chat, right?
Let me download them to
Miss,
send
but
them.
how come you didn't do 2026?
2026. January?
January.
Yeah.
Oh, I really did focus on the June papers. That's why I started from 2025. The only paper that I did January for was 2020. Hold on. I am going to download the papers to send them for you. I wish you all the best tomorrow. Please God, you all will be fine. Do not go and overthink it. Read what they give you properly. That's the biggest thing I have with you all. Read the questions properly. Do not see something that looks familiar and just answer what you remember. Actually read to see if the question changed at all. Okay?
And guys, if you really can't answer the question, you really don't know what to do anymore, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do not eeny, meeny, miny. Oh my goodness.
That's the best solution. Oh my God.
If you look at the question,
Miss, I know that it actually work with you.
it does not work all the time.
Miss, it work. Miss, I did it and get the question correct.
Hey, that was one off.
Most of the time the answer is C, you know.
No. Don't go with that most of the well, you're trying to frustrate me. Do not go with that most of the time the
Miss, it
answer is
actually
C.
work.
No. If you really look at the trends of CSEC past paper answers, you actually sit down and you count them. They are usually
Miss, let's put it to the test, Miss. Go on a random paper and let's do any minimum and see if we get the answer.
Sure, no problem. Okay. Hold on. That's too easy. What paper is this? All right. Do item 36.
Nah, Miss, you should be the one doing it, Miss.
No,
Miss,
only
the
when
answer is C.
do any mini miny more and give me the answer.
C, the answer is C.
It's not
You want to say the answer is always C, Miss.
C.
Wait.
So, Miss, what is the answer?
Yeah, but I get C too when I do any mini miny.
The answer is C. Miss, you just prove me right there. You prove me right there, Miss.
So, see,
So
Miss,
the answer is C. This question wasn't the question that I given you, right? The answer is C.
See, you see, Miss, it actually
Okay,
works.
okay.
It is an option. That if you actually don't know the questions, those if you know the
Number
answer.
30.
Number 30.
Yes. When 6 is added to a number and the sum is divided by 3, the result is 4.
Miss, the answer is A.
B.
The answer is
B.
A, but I bet you didn't get
A.
a mini
Yes, I
miny
get
mo.
that. I know do that and I get A.
Yeah, Miss, it's eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do not